committee will come to order. Without objection, the chair is authorized to declare recess of the committee at any time. Pursuant to notice, I will call up the committee print. The clerk will report the committee print, which was distributed in advance. The clerk will call up the print.
Committee print by the Committee on Oversight and Reform, providing for reconciliation pursuant to S.Con. Res. 14, the Concurrent Resolution on the Budget for Fiscal Year 2022.
Without objection, the print is considered read and open to amendment at any point. The chair recognizes herself to offer an amendment in the nature of a substitute, copies of which have been distributed electronically to all members in advance. The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment in the nature of a substitute to the committee print offered by Ms. Maloney of New York.
Without objection, the amendment is considered read and will serve as base text for purpose of amendment. I now recognize myself for 5 minutes on the amendment. Today, we are holding an historic markup to implement key elements of President Biden's Build Back Better agenda. I am proud that the Oversight Committee is kicking off the first markup of what will be one of the most important bills of our lifetime. This ambitious legislation will create jobs, it will cut taxes and lower costs for working families, and it will pay for this by finally making the wealthy and larger corporations pay their fair share in taxes. The committee print that we are considering today provides crucial funding to establish the United States as a leader in modern transportation and the green economy. The Earth's climate is rapidly changing, and humans are the cause. 19 of the hottest years have occurred since 2000, and July of this year was the hottest month ever recorded. Extreme weather events are getting more frequent and damaging, posing a severe threat to lives and national security. These are facts, not opinions, facts. And we must take immediate action because our window for avoiding the most catastrophic damage to our planet is closing rapidly. The destructive impact of extreme climate change will not just affect far off distant islands or deserts. It will impact all of us in this room and all of our constituents back home. One of the most important steps we can take is to reduce the amount of carbon we put into the atmosphere. In 2019, the transportation sector accounted for 70% of petroleum used in the US and was the largest contributor to greenhouse gas emissions nationwide. Transitioning to battery-powered electronic vehicles, or EVs, will significantly reduce our carbon output. Adoption of EVs will also reduce our dependence on fossil fuels and allow us to transition to renewable energy sources. This bill would make substantial contributions to electrifying the federal government's vehicle fleets, making the federal government a leader on climate change by building the fleet of the future. This bill includes $5 billion to enable GSA to purchase over 160,000 electric vehicles and build the infrastructure necessary to support them. It also includes $2.4 billion to help the Postal Service purchase many of its new trucks, known as the next generation delivery vehicles, as battery-powered electric vehicles. Importantly, it will also allow the Postal Service to build the infrastructure necessary to charge these vehicles. These benefits of these electric vehicles go well beyond the protection of our climate and human health. Electric vehicles have been shown to cost on average 20 to 25% less over the life of the vehicle as a result of reduced fuel and maintenance costs. This will save the federal government billions of dollars over time, making EVs a sensible and cost-effective investment. Electrifying our fleet is also a matter of keeping the federal government competitive. Major companies from UPS to Amazon have announced their plans to adopt all electric fleets, and numerous car companies from Volkswagen to Ford have made commitments to produce more electric models in the coming years. EVs are the vehicles of the future. To continue purchasing gas guzzling vehicles is not only bad for the environment, It's a bad investment for taxpayers. That's why I'm proud our bill provides an historic investment in electric vehicles. But that's not the only thing our bill does, not by a long shot. I am also proud that this bill will also fully fund the National Archives and Records Administration. Their request for resources to reduce the backlog in veterans records and build that have built up this backlog during this pandemic. This funding will help ensure that veterans can obtain the benefits and essential services they are entitled to after sacrificing for our country. I know addressing this issue has been a bipartisan priority for this committee, and I am thrilled that we can take this important step forward. The bill will also ensure that the investments in the Build Back Better Act are subject to rigorous independent oversight. That includes $25 million for the Government Accountability Office to examine implementation of the entire package, as well as funding for IGs to oversee the purchase of electric vehicles. I'm especially pleased that we've included dedicated funding for implementation of President Biden's Justice 40 initiative, a commitment to ensure that at least 40% of the benefits of infrastructure investments go to the communities most impacted by environmental injustice. We visited one of those communities last week at the committee's roundtable in Queens, New York. For decades, that communities and others like it have suffered from elevated rates of asthma, disease, and even death due to the combined emissions from dozens of dirty power plants. Justice 40 is intended to change that. The funding we are approving today will make sure the initiative lives up to its promise. I look forward to a productive and vibrant discussion today. And with that, I now recognize the distinguished ranking member, the gentleman from Kentucky, Mr. Comer. Thank you, Mr. Comer, for your opening statement.
Thank you, Madam Chair. First, I want to express my deepest sympathies to the people of New York City, especially those who lost family members and friends to the devastating floods caused by Hurricane Ida. I hope your constituents are safe, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, now I'd like to turn to another tragedy. There are Americans still in Afghanistan who want to come home. Every single member of Congress should be focusing on that issue and that issue alone, until every American abandoned by President Biden's administration is home safely. Speaker Pelosi should call this Congress back to work today, in person, to make every effort to bring Americans home. Madam Chair, we're holding a markup today, 3 days after the catastrophic withdrawal from Afghanistan, not conducting oversight of what led to the deaths of 13 service members killed in Kabul because of Joe Biden's terrible handling of the withdrawal. We're not holding a markup on a bill to address the devastation wrought on southern states by Hurricane Ida. We're not holding a markup on a bill to address the Biden administration's abject dereliction of duty in protecting America's southern border from tidal waves of people, and particularly children, entering the U.S. illegally. We're not holding a markup on a bill that addresses the out of control inflation affecting everyday Americans' trips to the grocery store. We're not holding these markups, and we're certainly not holding hearings, which is why this committee has received an F grade for oversight. You heard that right. The Oversight Committee got an F grade for conducting oversight. No, today we're holding a markup of a $3.5 trillion reconciliation package as the Biden administration and congressional Democrats continue the march to turn the greatest country in the world into a socialist quagmire. Now, this committee is going to spend the day discussing electric vehicles for the federal government instead of discussing the thousands of vehicles we just abandoned in Afghanistan. Democrats want to discuss what Democrats love to discuss. What else can we buy on credit? We are rushing to do this. We are rushing to spend more money after we've spent billions already this year at an unparalleled rate. We are rushing to pass a $3.5 trillion budget that even the Washington Post editorial board said would really cost more like $5.5 trillion when you take out all the accounting gimmicks. Americans across the country have reached out to us here in Congress. One grassroots group, Americans for Prosperity, for example, has documented more than 1.7 million letters sent, more than 155,000 phone calls made, and nearly 500 events held urging Congress to be responsible and stop the waste. We are rushing so fast that Republicans did not receive a copy of the committee print until less than 24 hours before this markup. But why are we rushing? I have an idea. We are rushing to talk about electric postal trucks and the rest of the federal fleet because President Biden needs a distraction. He needs us to talk about anything other than Afghanistan, other than COVID, other than inflation. This committee is rushing so fast to the next shiny thing to spend money on and distract the American people from President Biden's failures that this committee doesn't realize that it was rushing that got the president into the mess that he is in at home and abroad. Rush to get out of Afghanistan, rush to declare a victory over the virus, rush to spend more money until inevitably inflation is caught up. Rush to get the Green New Deal passed into law before the American people realize it was socialism all along. Madam Chair, stop rushing. Stop recklessly spending, because it's our children who will be left to deal with our mistakes, our overspending, our welfare state. As for electric vehicles, this is not a serious proposal. You and I both know that the postal fleet alone would cost at least $8 billion to electrify, more than the $7.4 billion contemplated by today's proposal to electrify the entire federal fleet, which includes the postal fleet. The postal fleet is a third of the entire federal fleet. I will also add that you and I have negotiated for months in good faith on postal reform, and I'm proud of the work that we have done. But I take this proposal to give $2.4 billion to the Postal Service to not be in good faith. We should not be throwing money at the Postal Service. We should be helping it fix its broken business model, a business model that currently loses $9 billion a year. And we've been making progress on that front. This budget reconciliation text throws a wrench in that process. The Postal Service is in need of repair, and I'm proud to have worked with you on HR 3076, the Postal Service Reform Act. Bipartisanship is possible, Madam Chair, but I will not support reckless spending in a reconciliation bill, which on top of everything will not even accomplish its goals. The federal fleet is not going to be electric for $7.4 billion. Everyone in this room knows that. The majority's hope seems to be that we will sink $7.4 billion in, and then when more dollars, tens of billions of dollars more are needed, the cost will be too high to turn back. That is irresponsible legislating. I oppose this legislation, I oppose this markup, and I oppose the actions of this administration that has abandoned Americans, leaving them behind enemy lines. Instead, Democrats want to discuss electric cars to forget about Afghanistan, the southern border, the hurricane, and the surging Delta variant. Madam Chair and Speaker Pelosi, we are not forgetting. We are praying for the families who lost loved ones, and we demand that the Speaker bring Congress back to the Capitol to work on solving the problems that matter to our citizens. Getting Americans home from Afghanistan. Get Congress to DC and American citizens home today. I yield back.
No, just let me answer. Hi. First of all, I want to thank you for your expression of and concern for the loss of life in New York. It was a terrible flood. I appreciate your sentiments and also your concerns about Afghanistan. The loss of 13 U.S. service members and dozens of Afghan citizens last week is an absolute tragedy, and our hearts go out to all of them and their families. This markup is not the appropriate venue, however, to conduct oversight of the 20-year conflict in Afghanistan. We are here today to discuss the funding that will help repair our broken infrastructure and bolster our economy. But I will note that just this week, the committee held a bipartisan briefing with Special Inspector General for Afghanistan Reconstruction, Joseph Sopko, at the ranking member's request. We are planning another confidential classified briefing the week we are back in September with Inspector General Sopko not only on the situation in Afghanistan, the classified information on Americans that may be there, the efforts of the other countries that are working with us, particularly in the surrounding area, to get our people out and our Afghan allies, the absolute paperwork that's been involved that many of your members and Democratic members discuss the paperwork they're required to get done in their offices. Then as appears at the gates and it's not accepted, how we can get that put in place. We also know that the Committee of Jurisdiction, the Foreign Relations Committee, is having a hearing next week on Afghanistan with the administration's leading figures on the subject. So we are moving forward in that direction too, but also moving forward with this important bill before us today. The gentlewoman from Illinois, Ms. Kelly, is now recognized. Mrs. Kelly, you are now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairwoman Maloney, for holding this important markup. This budget resolution makes historic investments in modernizing the federal government. This legislation invests $5 billion in electrifying, the federal government's fleet of vehicles and $2.4 billion in electrifying the U.S. Postal Service's fleet. This investment is a crucial step in reducing carbon emissions and combating climate change. We've just had examples all summer long of the effects of climate change. The federal government will become a major purchaser of electric vehicles, pushing the market toward greener technology and building up green infrastructure around the country. I encourage my colleagues to support this legislation today and help create a future that is greener and more sustainable for our children and grandchildren. And I just might add, I just listened to what the ranking member had to say, and it just seems like we've forgotten that under the last administration, what we did as far as taxes, and we didn't seem to be worried about, the budget and all of that then. So it's so interesting that we're trying to help the climate and help the people of the United States. And we're so worried now, but we weren't worried then about all the tax cuts. I yield back.
The gentlelady yields back. I understand the gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Grothman, would like to speak. You are now recognized if you so wish to speak. Mr. Grothman?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Yep, just a couple of brief comments. Thank you again for doing this hearing. I will want to point out, you mentioned in your introductory statement that we want a lower cost for working families. One of the, to a large degree, one more time, or to a degree, this bill will one more time be funded by the Federal Reserve printing more money, which results in inflation. So apart from whether this bill is overall good or bad policy, it will certainly, I think, raise costs across the board for working families and every other kind of family as well. Secondly, I'm a little bit offended the degree to which we're putting so much money I'll call it corporate welfare for the billionaires who make money off these electric cars. And that's just my brief beginning statement. I'll talk more when I have my amendment later on. Thank you.
Bill's back. Who seeks recognition? Okay, Congressman Sessions, for what purpose does the gentleman seek recognition? Please unmute, Mr. Sessions, please unmute.
Madam Chairman, thank you very much. Madam Chairman, earlier in the year, we held a very valuable and timely hearing on Texas and its operations as it related to the freeze. The question that I've got is, I'm unaware and would ask your indulgence to please get us up to date. Today, cars consume gasoline. Hundreds of trillions of gallons of gasoline that is part of our energy flow. Tomorrow, they will have to come out of our plants to fuel these batteries, and it will come from electricity. And so we're automatically switching all of this need that would be on a platform of gasoline to now batteries. We will not be able to, in Texas, produce that without many, many more facilities, either nuclear power plants, natural gas power plants, or electricity. What is the plan to do that? Because if we start taking, which I'm not arguing, to where people go to battery power, if you think what we had in Texas was a mess, tomorrow will be a catastrophe. Could you please discuss that angle of our other committees building power plants? What are we doing to offset that so that we can power these batteries? Thank you. If you'd address that, I'd appreciate it.
Okay, the gentleman yields back, and the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Conley, is now recognized for 5 minutes for opening statement.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman, and thank you for holding this markup. You know, what this is about today is a substantial investment in our future. We see the effects of climate change, whether it's in Tennessee or Louisiana or New York or New England or in North Carolina, in recent storms, in massive flooding events. We see the fires in the West Coast that are unprecedented. They're making life very difficult for millions of Americans. And we're investing in solutions. We're not going to be distracted, however important other events may be. I find it ironic to hear this bill being described as corporate welfare when so many of my colleagues on the other side of the aisle had no compunction at all about voting for one of the biggest tax giveaways in terms of corporate welfare when Donald Trump became president. I also find it ironic to want to talk about Afghanistan. I want to talk about Afghanistan in the right form too. I want to talk about how Trump sealed the fate of Afghanistan. And I didn't hear nary a criticism on the Republican side of the aisle in 2018 when he elevated the Taliban and gave them legitimacy at the negotiating table and acceded to their demand that the Afghan government, for which ostensibly we were fighting, was excluded, and then set a May 1 withdrawal deadline. If you want to know the immediate genesis of what happened in Kabul 2 weeks ago, that's it. And I'd be glad to have that debate and that discussion in the Foreign Affairs Committee. But as the chairwoman correctly said, we've got business to do today. And believe it or not, we can walk and chew gum at the same time. We can handle multiple sets of issues. But today, we're talking about investing in America's future. And I support the chairwoman in her endeavor today. And I look forward to our debate. And I look forward to moving an amendment of my own. Thank you, Madam Chairwoman.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Conley. Mr. Biggs is now recognized. Mr. Biggs, you are now recognized for an opening statement. Mr. Biggs.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate that very, very much. And I'm grateful that we're having a committee hearing today. I will just say that I want to comment on a couple of aspects of the information that we've received, what's in this bill that we're considering, and particularly with the electric vehicles. I am profoundly befuddled because it is as if people think that you can create electric vehicles and charging stations out of nothing. And I think it goes to something that Representative Sessions was alluding to, is you got to have energy to charge these batteries. But more than just energy, you have to have minerals. And the amount of copper necessary, the amount of additional minerals that are necessary. And at the same time that you're seeking to expand electric vehicles and charging stations, you are seeking to prohibit mining in areas that have massive amounts of copper, in Arizona, for instance. And by preventing and stepping on mineral extraction, you actually undermine the ability to move to electric vehicles if that is really the desired goal here. And I'm baffled by that. I'm baffled that we're here talking about this massive spending, our portion of our jurisdiction over massive spending bill that even the Washington Post has described is once you remove gimmicks, is really actually over $5 trillion. But I also want to bring some general facts in with regard to climate change. Since 1920, climate-related deaths have dropped by almost 98%. Costs of natural disasters as a percentage of GDP continues to decrease. The Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change 6th assessment was released on August 9th, 2021. And many of the worst case scenario quotes that my colleagues across the aisle and the media like to use are based on scenarios that even the IPCC admits are unlikely to occur. So according to a recent DOT Inspector General report, funds given to harden public transit, for instance, including subways in New York after Hurricane Sandy in 2012, remain unspent. 8 years later, more than $5 billion remains unspent. That's half of the total appropriated amount. I think we should be overseeing that and find out what's happened to that money and why it hasn't been spent. Hurricane preparedness is the key to avoiding major death totals from hurricanes. According to NOAA, since Hurricane Katrina in 2005, there have been 92 deaths from continental U.S. hurricanes, and our hearts go out to those who have perished in the recent hurricanes. I mean, it's a tragedy. I know, Madam Chair, in your district, some may have been taken, and our hearts go out to them. As of August 30th, 2021, tropical cyclone activity in the Northern Hemisphere is running at average. The North Atlantic and Western Pacific account for 70% of total landfalls of hurricanes worldwide. However, statistics show that the number of hurricanes making landfalls has actually decreased since 1940. The number of major hurricane landfalls has shown no trend. Based on the IPCC 6th assessment released just last month, confidence about, clear quote, confidence about peak flow trends over past decades on the global scale is low. In summary, there's low confidence in attributing changes in the probability or magnitude of flood events to human influence, close quote. That's from the IPCC. So as we consider what we're doing here, we're not addressing, in my opinion, some of the more important things. Afghanistan, we have oversight authority on Afghanistan. That is what the Oversight Committee can do. Number two, I think we're trying to throw good money after bad. And it's very concerning to me. And I get the criticisms that were made that have come from across the aisle. I understand those, and that's fine. I think maybe we can have this dialogue. That's great. But for me, I look at this and I say this hearing is spending an awful lot of money on things without infrastructure that actually even begins to support this. And this failure in Congress to acknowledge that you need minerals and you need energy if you're going to move to electric vehicles. It's just a different type of energy. And you don't have the infrastructure for it. So with that, Madam Chair, thanks for the time, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Does anyone else seek recognition for an opening statement? If not, we will move to the amendment process. Does anyone else seek recognition for opening statement? Then who seeks recognition for amendments at this point?
Madam Chair, I have an amendment at the desk.
Representative Mace, you are now recognized. The clerk will report your amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to the committee print offered by Ms. Mace of South Carolina.
Madam Chairwoman,
Yes.
I reserve a point of order.
Okay, he reserves a point of order. The clerk, without objection, have you read the amendment? Yes. Okay, without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with. The gentle lady is recognized to explain her amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good morning, everyone. This amendment is fairly simple. In the budget that we're reviewing this morning during markup, there's some vague and nebulous language covering about $25 million in spending allocated to the Government Accountability Office to pursue oversight of implementation of some pretty vague progressive programs. So instead, this amendment would give it to the Department of Defense Inspector General to assist in the tracking of military equipment seized by the Taliban recently in Afghanistan. And this conversation about Afghanistan is not a distraction. This problem is real. And we have an opportunity today to address some of the issues that folks on both sides of the aisle, Republican and Democrat, are very concerned about. We have veterans in our chamber, both Republicans and Democrats, who served during the war, served over the last 20 years in this war, and served in Afghanistan. And this amendment would task the Department of Defense IG with oversight, for example, of stolen fuel that has been supplied to Afghanistan from the United States. As a direct result of the administration's execution of this exit strategy that was, I think, very hastily done, many of us would agree, the Taliban is now armed with significant resources, equipment, arms, artillery, helicopters, drones, weapons, and munitions from the United States now. You name it, they have it. We even gave the Taliban an air force in recent weeks. Worse, it would appear that we really don't, as a nation, have any idea what was left behind, what its value is, how much equipment, how many weapons platforms, what we left behind are now in the custody of the Taliban. And I know that many of us read reports yesterday that now Iran is allegedly buying equipment, particularly vehicles, from the Taliban. This is enormously problematic for the United States on a global scale, and does impact our national security. One U.S. official recently admitted that everything that hasn't been destroyed is now in the Taliban's. According to a 2017 assessment between 2003 and 2016, the U.S. military has transferred approximately 75,000 military vehicles, 600,000 weapon systems, 208 aircraft to the Afghan National Defense Forces. On August 17th of this year, President Biden's National Security Advisor, Jake Sullivan, said that we don't have a complete picture, obviously, of where every article of defense materials has gone, but certainly a fair amount of it has fallen into the hands of the Taliban. And obviously, we don't have a sense that they're going to readily hand it over to us at the airport. Recent reporting suggests the Taliban now have access to countless M4 and M16 rifles, M24 sniper rifles, and M2 50 caliber machine guns, about 2,000 armored vehicles, including Humvees, about 40 aircraft, including the UH-60 Black Hawk helicopters, Scout attack helicopters, and Scan Eagle military drones. Many of us have seen the footage on Twitter of them flying these aircraft. Countless pieces of communications equipment and night vision goggles, for example. It's been reported that the Taliban has seized biometric devices that could also aid in their attempts to identify and eventually persecute Afghans that assisted in the U.S. mission, those that we left behind who are willing to take a bullet for our country and for our soldiers who served over there. Further, the Cigar SOPCO confirmed that more than 50% of all fuel directed to the Afghan government has now been stolen. It's vital that the Department of Defense, IG, ascertain the magnitude of these lost arms and supplies. This will facilitate any hope we may have of at least partially recouping these losses, or at least tracking these losses, having some knowledge of what we lost overseas in Afghanistan, as well as determining the magnitude of the security risk these losses now represent. I urge my colleagues to support this amendment. The time is now to start addressing, now that we're out of Afghanistan, start figuring out and tracking what we left behind. And I urge and ask for your support. I yield back.
Thank you for your thoughtful amendment. Mr. Comer, you are now recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I support this amendment. The Taliban are now the most well-armed insurgency in the world, thanks to the botched withdrawal of the Biden administration. The Pentagon has refused to answer simple questions about how many U.S. weapons are now in the hands of the Taliban. The American people deserve to know what equipment our country has turned over to the Taliban. We should make every effort to recover those losses. So I urge my colleagues to vote yes on the Mace amendment. I yield back.
Does anyone else seek recognition? I now recognize myself for 5 minutes, and I want to thank the gentlelady for offering her amendment. She expressed the concerns that we all share. As I mentioned earlier, we will continue to conduct oversight of the administration's response to the situation in Afghanistan, working closely with our colleagues on the House Armed Services, Foreign Affairs, and Intelligence Committees so that we can be as effective as possible. I appreciate the gentlelady's goal of funding the Department of Defense, IG, to conduct additional oversight. Unfortunately, this is outside our committee's jurisdiction and therefore is not germane to this bill. I want to remind the gentlelady and my colleagues that our committee is seeking a classified briefing on just this issue with the administration to discuss the question of U.S. military equipment and fuel provided to the Afghan military. It's my understanding we'll have a classified briefing on it the week we return, the third week in September. Given the jurisdictional concerns, we cannot take up this amendment. I yield back. Who else seeks recognition?
Madam Chairwoman, I have an amendment at the desk, Latna 1.
Okay,
Oh, no, we have to dispose of the.
we have to,
dispose of the Mace amendment.
okay, we have to dispose of the Mason amendment first. The question is now,
Madam Chairwoman, I asked for the ruling by the chair on on the germaneness of the pending amendment. I had previously reserved a point of order.
okay, all right.
Madam Chair, am I able to appeal the ruling here that it's not germane?
Okay, the gentleman has made a,
Madam Chair, I had raised my hand to speak on the amendment prior to Mr. Clyburn wanting to, or excuse me, Mr. Connolly wanting to obtain the ruling on the chair. I just, I was on mute. I just raised my hand in the chat thing on Zoom, you know, so when you asked.
okay,
Madam
You have to
Chairwoman,
okay,
Chairwoman, I have no desire to prevent Mr. Biggs from speaking. I didn't see his hand. I was simply asking the chair to
Okay.
clarify the ruling.
the gentleman yields to your request, Mr. Biggs. You are now recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to say I moved to strike the last word. So
You're now recognized.
thank you. And I rise in support of the Mace amendment. I think it is an appropriate amendment. She iterated some of the concerns that we have, but over the course of our time in the Steiger was very clear. Over the course of our 20 years there, we spent over $83 billion in materiel. And from April 30th to June 30th of this year alone, we spent $212 million to buy 174 new Humvees, ostensibly for the Afghan security forces, and they're gone. I mean, that's one of the questions I asked him. And I said, well, where did they go? And he said, well, we need to have a classified setting. And so I appreciate the fact that you're going to go into, you want to get a classified briefing. I'm 100% supportive of that, Madam Chair. But I mean, we're talking literally, and one of the things he said is that half of the planes have left the country of Afghanistan, and they're all over. There was a report yesterday that Iran has many of our vehicles already in Iran. Madam Chair, I think I'm going to argue for the germaneness of this because we are talking about of a rather broad source that the Oversight Committee has. And so I believe this is germane. I support the Mace Amendment and I yield back.
Who else seeks recognition? Anyone else seek recognition?
Madam Chair, Congresswoman Mace, I'd like to appeal the ruling. I mean, IGs are part of our jurisdiction.
Okay, we haven't ruled yet. The gentleman from Virginia makes a point of order that I'm prepared to rule on the point of order. The gentleman from Virginia makes a point of order that the amendment proposed by the member is not germane. Clause 7 of Rule 16, the germaneness rule, provides that no proposition on a subject different from that under consideration shall be admitted under color of amendment. Here, as I mentioned earlier, the amendment falls outside our committee's jurisdiction. Because we have jurisdiction over IGs, this amendment is not germane to this particular bill. Therefore, the amendment offered by the lady fails this basic test of germaneness, and the point of order is sustained. Who else seeks recognition?
I'd like to appeal the ruling.
Mr.
I move the
Cloud?
table. Hank Johnson moves the table.
Okay.
Madam Chair, I'd like to have is it possible to have a vote on tabling? Or I want to appeal the ruling.
Okay, yeah, absolutely. The motion to table is not debatable. The question is, shall the committee table the gentleman's appeal? All those in favor say aye.
Madam Chair, can we have a recorded
All
vote?
those.
Aye.
Aye.
Madam
all
Chair,
those
can we have a
opposed say
recorded vote?
No,
In the opinion of
No.
no.
No, Madam Chair, can we have a recorded vote on the tabling?
Okay, we
Recorded
have to,
vote.
we have to finish the voice vote before you can appeal the vote. We have to vote. So right now, we have the aye vote. All those opposed say no.
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 Okay, in the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The motion to table is agreed to. The
As to the yeas
gentleman's
and nays.
motion is not in order.
Madam Chair, I'd like a recorded vote.
Okay, the
IGs are
clerk,
in the jurisdiction of our committee.
the clerk will call the roll. Okay, give me what's next.
Ms. Norton?
Ms. Norton votes aye.
Ms. Norton votes aye. Mr. Lynch?
Mr. Lynch votes aye.
Mr. Lynch votes aye.
And I want to explain, hopefully, with
Mr.
some
Cooper?
common sense, why I
Cooper
support
votes
this
aye.
amendment. First off, we're already behind the eight ball. Under
Mr. Cooper
current
votes aye.
regulation,
Mr. Connolly?
Mr. Connolly votes aye.
Mr. Connolly votes aye. Mr. Krishnamurthy?
Aye.
Mr. Krishnamurthy votes aye. Mr. Raskin?
Aye.
Mr. Raskin votes aye. Mr. Khanna?
Aye.
Mr. Khanna votes aye. Mr. Mfume?
Mr. Mfume votes aye.
Mr. Mfume votes aye. Ms. Ocasio-Cortez? Ms. Tlaib?
Tlaib votes aye.
Ms. Tlaib votes aye. Ms. Porter?
Aye.
Ms. Porter votes. Ms. Porter votes aye. Ms. Bush?
Bush votes aye.
Ms. Bush votes aye. Mr. Davis?
Davis votes aye.
Mr. Davis votes aye. Ms. Wasserman Schultz?
Wasserman Schultz votes aye.
Ms. Wasserman Schultz votes aye. Mr. Welch?
Mr. Welch votes aye.
Mr. Welch votes aye. Mr. Johnson?
Johnson votes aye.
Mr. Johnson votes aye. Mr. Sarbanes?
Sarbanes votes aye.
Mr. Sarbanes votes aye. Ms. Spear? Ms. Kelly?
Kelly votes aye.
Ms. Kelly votes aye. Ms. Lawrence?
Lawrence votes aye.
Ms. Lawrence votes aye. Mr. DeSaulnier?
DeSaulnier votes aye.
Mr. DeSaulnier votes aye. Mr. Gomez?
Gomez votes aye.
Mr. Gomez votes aye. Ms. Presley? Mr. Quigley?
Aye.
Mr. Quigley votes aye. Mr. Comer?
No.
Mr. Comer votes no. Mr. Jordan? Mr. Gosar?
No.
Mr. Gosar votes no. Ms. Fox?
No.
Ms. Fox votes no. Mr. Heiss?
No.
Mr. Heiss votes no. Mr. Grothman?
No.
Mr. Grothman votes no. Mr. Cloud?
No.
Mr. Cloud votes no. Mr. Gibbs?
No.
Mr. Gibbs votes no. Mr. Higgins?
Higgins is a no.
Mr. Higgins votes no. Mr. Norman? Mr. Sessions?
Sessions, no.
Mr. Sessions votes no. Mr. Keller? Mr. Biggs?
No.
Mr. Biggs votes no. Mr. Clyde?
No.
Mr. Clyde votes no. Ms. Mace?
Mace, no.
Ms. Mace votes no. Mr. Franklin?
No.
Mr. Franklin votes no. Mr. Laturner?
No.
Mr. Laturner votes no. Mr. Fallon?
No.
Mr. Fallon votes no. Ms. Harrell?
Ms. Harrell votes no.
Ms. Harrell votes no. Mr. Donalds?
No.
Mr. Donalds votes no. Ms. Maloney?
Madam Chair, how am I recorded?
Ms. Ocasio-Cortez, you are not recorded.
I'd like to vote aye.
Ms. Ocasio-Cortez votes aye.
Excuse me, how am I recorded? This is Representative Presley.
Ms. Presley, you are not recorded.
Presley votes aye.
Ms. Presley votes aye. Ms. Maloney?
Ms. Maloney votes aye.
Ms. Maloney votes aye.
Has every member voted? Does anyone wish to change their vote? If not, the clerk will report.
On this vote, we have 24 ayes and 17 noes.
Motion to table is agreed to. Mr. Laturn, you are now recognized for an amendment. Mr. Laturner.
Madam Chairwoman, I have an amendment at the desk.
Okay, the clerk will report the amendment.
And Madam Chair, I reserve a point of order. This is Hank Johnson.
Point of order reserved. The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendments to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to the committee print offered by Mr. Laturner of Kansas.
Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with. The gentleman is recognized to explain his amendment.
Madam Chairwoman, I know that we have all watched the catastrophe in Afghanistan unfolding over the past several weeks with a mix of sadness, anger, and embarrassment. The truth of the matter is that President Biden promised to get each and every American out of Afghanistan. He failed to do so. And there are currently hundreds of Americans trapped behind enemy lines and left to fear for their lives. President Biden and his administration never had a full accounting of how many American citizens were in Afghanistan. They never had a full accounting of how many requested to be evacuated, and they still don't have a full accounting of how many Americans remain in Afghanistan. President Biden had 5 months to prepare for the eventual fall of Kabul, but for some inexplicable reason, chose to wait to start evacuating Americans until days before the Taliban took over. Not only that, but the administration reportedly gave the Taliban a kill list of Americans stranded in the country and put them in even more harm's way. However, the number of Americans left in Afghanistan is a simple question that President Biden has been unable to answer. Just recently, we learned that as many as 24 school children from California were part of the hundreds of American citizens left behind to die in Afghanistan. Ensuring that no American is left behind should be our top priority and sole focus in the current crisis. But to this date, no one in the Biden administration seems to really know, or is able, or is willing to tell us how many Americans have been left to fend for themselves. This amendment would address this need by requiring GAO to produce a full account of American citizens in Afghanistan prior to April 14th, 2021, the date President Biden announced US and US allied forces would fully withdraw from Afghanistan. How many Americans were evacuated and how many remain post-withdrawal? It should be readily apparent that in Taliban-controlled Afghanistan, any American is in jeopardy of being assaulted or killed every single moment they are left there. Despite that fact, President Biden has abandoned hundreds of our fellow citizens. This is a dereliction of duty and an embarrassment. The Biden administration's total lack of planning and complete mismanagement throughout the withdrawal process has not only resulted in the unnecessary and unavoidable, completely avoidable deaths of 13 brave United States service members, it has resulted in a likely American hostage crisis in Afghanistan. And it has sent a clear message to American citizens and allies across the world. It is no longer a guarantee that this administration will do whatever is required to protect you and stand with you in your moment of crisis. You are on your own. However, it is not too late to save the lives of those who have been left behind. But to start, we need to know how many Americans have been left in harm's way, and we need to know now. I urge my colleagues to support this common sense amendment, and I yield back.
Hi, would anybody else seek recognition?
Madam Chair, I would request, this is Hank Johnson, I would request a ruling by the chair on my point of order, which is that this is a motion that is non-germane.
Well, I would first like to respond, and also a ranking member Comer and a member Raskin have also sought recognition. I suggest we listen to their comments and then make a ruling on your motion. So
Thank
Mr.
you.
Comer?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I support this amendment. President Biden upheld his promise to the Taliban, but failed on his promise to Americans by abandoning them. He's left Americans stranded in Afghanistan, and just a few days ago, the Secretary of State was on television guessing the number of Americans hoping to leave the country. It's an embarrassment. We must have a full accounting of those Americans stranded by the Biden administration to ensure all Americans that want to leave Afghanistan are able to do so. GAO is well positioned to work with the State Department to get this information, and I recommend we simply change the purpose of the fund. So I urge all of my colleagues to vote yes on the Latna amendment, and I yield back.
Okay, Mr. Raskin, you are now recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move to strike the last word. Representative Johnson, of course, is right that this is, in a parliamentary sense, not germane, and it should be rejected for that reason. But this whole new line of attack on Afghanistan is an irrelevant and embarrassing distraction from what we're trying to do today. And it's embarrassing because you can read an article on page A12 of the New York Times today, whose title is GOP Assails Pullout It Had Supported Under Trump. And several members of this committee figure prominently in this article, but it talks about how numerous Republicans, including former President Trump himself, who were attacking Biden for not getting out of Afghanistan earlier, and for not fulfilling the agreement that Secretary Pompeo had made with the Taliban more quickly, are now turning around completely and blaming Biden for fulfilling the promises that Donald Trump and Pompeo made in the agreement with the Taliban, which I concede to you, Congresswoman Cheney called a surrender agreement that was negotiated by the Trump administration. So there were Republicans who attacked it, but I don't think any of them were on this committee because they were cheering the policy of getting out as quickly as possible. In fact, President Biden was attacked by Mr. Biggs for postponing the departure date from May 1st to August 31st. And that figures in this article as well. He said that kind of thinking has kept us in Afghanistan for nearly 20 years. Representative Biggs of Arizona complained at the time. So the members who are attacking President Biden for not getting out faster, for not getting out earlier, and for not completing the agreement that President Trump had negotiated, which again, I concede was called a surrender agreement by Representative Cheney, are now attacking President Biden for precisely fulfilling best that he could the agreement that was negotiated by Donald Trump. So I just find that, astounding. And when Representative Biggs says that he's profoundly befuddled, I think he's befuddled because he's changed his position by 180 degrees. I think the people who were supporting an immediate pullout quickly, just get out, America first, are now saying somehow that President Biden did not faithfully execute the Trump agreement that was negotiated, of course, before President Biden came into office, which he did. So I think everybody should check out this article. You will find a number of members of this committee in it. And I understand the partisan inclination and impulse just to attack whatever happens in the current administration if it's not your guy in office. But my God, at least have a decent interval of time before you completely change your position, because it looks embarrassing to all of us to turn around in that way. Now, there's a lot to criticize in the debacle of our exit from Afghanistan, but President Biden gave us an extra 3 months and he was able to get thousands and thousands of people out. So rather than railing against that and trying to improve upon the completely flawed agreement that he inherited from his predecessor, we should be focused on trying to get everybody out who needs to be out, including the allies of the United States. And then we do need to conduct serious oversight into the Afghan war, not just the last several days of the war, but the 20 years of the war. And it seems to me that that's something that should elicit lots of bipartisan consensus and agreement. But just the impulse to turn everything into a partisan club is just so depressing, Madam Chair. There's a lot to criticize in what we just saw under the Biden administration and a lot to criticize what we saw under the Trump administration. And so I just don't think we should be running around and pretending as if there was that much of a difference between what the last administration negotiated and what this administration executed upon. And if we're going to be having imperial wars all over the world, we're going to be dealing with a lot of exit strategy issues. And we saw that in the Vietnam War, we saw that in the Iraq War, we saw that in the Afghan War. So, we could have a grown-up serious conversation about it if people can rise above the temptation just to denounce the other party for what all of us are responsible for as Americans. And I yield back to you, Madam Chair.
Madam Chairwoman.
Madam Chair, point of
I would like to
order.
respond.
Point of order.
Gentleman is recognized for his point of order.
Madam Chair, I don't think our friend Mr. Raskins is fooling anyone with trying to muddy the waters here. No Republican on this committee is criticizing the fact that the desire to withdraw our troops. We're criticizing the plan or lack of plan that Joe Biden had in withdrawing. I don't think anyone in America believes that if Donald Trump were president, that any of those weapons would have gotten into the hands of the Taliban. He would have sent airstrikes in if he had to destroy the weapons from getting in the hands of terrorist groups and our adversaries. And I think that if President Trump had been president, or Bush, or even Obama, that if you had a withdrawal that was botched as badly as it was, somebody would be held accountable. And we agree, Mr. Raskins, we want to get serious, and we're trying to offer serious amendment to get an accounting of who all's left behind, how many weapons were left behind. And this is offering money that you all are wanting to waste on silly things to actually fund the evacuation of American citizens in Afghanistan. And that's my point of order, Madam Chair. I yield back. Just wanted to correct Mr. Raskin's misstatements.
Could I respond, Madam Chairwoman?
Mr. Lynch is now recognized. can't hear
Thank you,
you.
Madam Chair. Let me just, first of all, I do agree that with Mr. Johnson's motion that this is not germane to this bill and this markup. I would remind my colleagues that that the president has already directed a full accounting. Number one, under the Trump administration, the Obama administration, the Bush administration, it was never necessary for someone entering Afghanistan to register. It was encouraged, but it was never required. I know multiple members of Congress who have flown in without registering their presence in Afghanistan, and thousands of Americans have done that. And so that really adds to the problem. It has never been a requirement, and if the gentleman wants to make that a requirement that we track the location of every American, then he is welcome to do so. However, we've asked for a hearing in early September to look at these very issues on the subcommittee on national security. The chairwoman has been very vocal and eager to bring that up to full committee level, and I'm happy to participate in that forum as well. We've had dozens of hearings on Afghanistan, between hearings, meetings directly with Ashraf Ghani and his administration. So we were asking all these questions during this process. And I don't think the answer lies with GAO, the General Accounting Office. I do think it would be faster, and the gentleman wants a faster resolution to this and a quicker answer. But I would rely more on the task force that the president has set up to determine what those numbers are in terms of people who remain in Afghanistan. Thank you. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Who else seeks recognition?
Madam Chairwoman.
Mr. Biggs, you are now recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm responding because I was called out by name by Mr. Rask, and I think I get the opportunity to respond. The fact that he wants to say, well, maybe we should be we shouldn't be partisan in this thing is absolutely incredible and laughable from a guy who pursued the Russian hoax and led the botched second impeachment effort, all because of a partisan witch hunt. That's who's being critical about this. Now, let me just talk about the distinction between the Biden exit and the Trump planned exit from Afghanistan, which I supported, and I did support leaving Afghanistan. And as co-founder of the truly bipartisan War Powers Conference, I supported that. But here's the deal. There was a plan in place under President Trump. There were agreements that were made that were violated under the Biden regime. The first was that the Taliban was supposed to conduct negotiations with Afghan government for establishing a power-sharing, peaceful government. That didn't happen while under Biden's watch. It was happening under the Trump watch, which is why you didn't see attacks on U.S. soldiers and military in the last 18 months or so. The second part of the agreement was that there would be a ceasefire to allow those negotiations to take place. That was part of the deal that President Trump negotiated. That was violated. That was violated by the Taliban under the Biden administration, and there were no consequences. The distinction between the two is that the Trump administration administered severe and harsh consequences whenever the Taliban breached agreement. And when that happened, there was immediate communication to them as to why they had received overwhelming force in a retributive manner from our side because they had violated the agreement. The distinction is President Trump had committed to bring home all materiel, all the sticks, all the armaments, everything, and not to abandon Bagram until
An amendment
all
that is not
Americans.
we are spending hours.
Madam Chair, I'm sorry, someone's talking. They're interrupting me. I'd ask for my time
The
back.
members, please mute. If not speaking, please mute, members.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I would also add this. He was going to bring out all the material. He was going to bring home all American citizens who wanted to leave ahead of time. And then he was going to withdraw the military. The Biden administration did not do that. They did not have a plan. It was not even organized chaos. And that's why we have material going all over to our enemies in the Mideast, and particularly to terrorist organizations, as well as the loss of Americans who are still over there who wanted to come home. There's the distinction. I do support getting out of endless wars, particularly in Afghanistan, but you can do it in a ordered, conditional basis, the way the Trump administration was trying to do, or you can botch it up and blow it up the way the Biden regime did. And to sit here and not have, you don't have to be subtle, you don't have to be nuanced to understand the distinction between a plan and agreements made and violation and consequences that were administered by our administration when it was Donald Trump. And then to sit here and say that when you're the guy who led the impeachment efforts over partisan issues, to say, well, we just really shouldn't be partisan here. That's laughable, it's incredible, and I yield back.
It's back. The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Kansas has his hand up. You are recognized, Mr. LaTurner, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. I want to remind everyone what this amendment is. It's spending $25 million so we know what Americans were in Afghanistan before April 14th, who requested to get out, and how many are left there now. Representative Raskin is doing his level best to put lipstick on a pig. He used the terms embarrassment, depressing. What is embarrassing and depressing is having a hearing, the Oversight Committee having a hearing on electric cars when we have hundreds of Americans stranded in Afghanistan. He repeatedly used the term partisan. What is partisan is the inability to hold the administration accountable when we left materials, weapons, when 13 service members have been killed, when Americans are still left there, and we can't talk about it. I understand the point of order, and you all have this greased so you don't have to take a tough vote. But this amendment is common sense. It makes complete sense. It isn't partisan. This is common sense, and the vast majority of Americans support it. And Representative Raskin's comments are absolutely absurd. This is something that we should be talking about. The attempts to blame the previous administration for the execution, not just the planning, the execution of this plan is. I urge my colleagues to support this amendment.
I recognize myself for 5 minutes. We are all deeply, deeply concerned for the safety of Americans who were in Afghanistan over the past several weeks, and especially those that remain. All of our offices are working with our allies, with American citizens, with the State Department, trying to get them out. That's why, as I mentioned earlier, our committee held a bipartisan briefing this week to hear directly from the Special Inspector General for Afghanistan Reconstruction. And we are calling for and arranging a classified briefing on just this subject: how many remain, where, the paperwork, how it's working, how we're moving, the supplies, everything else for the week that we return. The evacuation mission conducted by the Biden administration successfully resulted in the evacuation and relocation of more than 123,000 American citizens, special immigrant visa applicants, third country nationals, and other at-risk Afghans. We are working to get a classified briefing from third country nationals, what their process is, how many of our citizens are there, how can we bring them home. The Biden administration will use the diplomatic might of the State Department to ensure the safe evacuation of any remaining American citizens and our Afghan allies who are seeking to leave Afghanistan. As Secretary of State Blinken and President Biden made clear earlier this week, there is no deadline for evacuating American citizens and our allies. Our committee remains laser focused on helping the Biden administration to ensure that U.S. citizens and our Afghan allies and other vulnerable populations. We're hearing women leaders are particularly at risk, can continue to evacuate safely now that our military and diplomatic personnel have departed Afghanistan. However, eliminating all funding for oversight of the reconciliation package would deny the American people the accountability and transparency that they deserve. We are committed to conducting strong oversight of all government operations, and which is why I cannot in good conscience support an amendment like the one before us. I urge my colleagues to oppose the amendment. I yield back. And I want to note that the gentleman has made a point of order that the proposed amendment is not germane, and the chair is prepared to rule.
Madam Chair, I
on
had my hand,
this.
I had my hand up, Madam Chair.
Okay. All right. well,
Representative
then
Gibbs.
Mr. Gibbs. Okay, Mr. Gibbs, you are now recognized before we will.
Thank
rule
you.
on-
You know,
Okay.
I wasn't going to speak, but some of the comments from Mr. Rask and Mr. Conley are very upsetting to me. And I want to talk a little bit about what Representative Biggs talked about, because I'm going to be in concurrence with him about the Taliban violating the agreement, the Trump agreement with the Taliban. We're trying to negotiate with conditions-based, as he said, and I won't restate all that. But I think one thing we, as an oversight committee, we should be concerned about. We have all these refugees. As you said, the Biden administration brought over 120, rescued 124,000 people. They reported about 5,000 or so were American citizens. So that leaves well over 100,000 that are not American citizens. And reports coming out of late that a lot of them do not have documentation or identification. And that's upsetting, concerning to me, because as we know, the Taliban put a perimeter around the airport, and they controlled who came into the airport and who didn't. And so there's a strong possibility that a lot of those people are a lot of good people, I'm sure, but there could have been, other people that with bad intentions were also brought in, and we've treated them over there. So somehow we got to make sure that we're not creating a haven for terrorists in this country by all the undocumented people that come over without identification. How are we going to vet them? And that's what we should be having hearings about, and figuring that out, because I think our country's at risk now of thousands of people that could be coming over here that don't want to do harm to our country. And we need to address that. And I want to make clear that the Trump administration would not have pulled out every soldier in that when the conditions have been violated. And we were down to 2,500 troops and no casualties and no deaths in well over a year and a half. And so this nonsense about that the Trump administration caused all this and created that, and Biden administration was just moving on that, is a bunch of nonsense. It's not true. And President Biden put out the August 31st deadline with no conditions, and he essentially surrendered to the Taliban, and they moved in. And the Biden administration failed to act when the Taliban was in July and August was seizing vast areas of Afghanistan, and failed to act and failed to give the Afghan security forces air cover. And so they really were outnumbered, and the morale just fell apart. And so what's happened in Afghanistan and the debacle of this pullout falls on President Biden and their senior leadership. And we should be calling for the resignation of our Secretary of State and our Secretary of Defense, and move from there, and address this issue about how are we going to vet all these people that are bringing over this country that we don't even know who they are. So that's why I want to lay that out and make that clear, that President Trump was on a conditions-based agreement. And when they violated the conditions, we would not have pulled out another single troop, and we would have kept air cover there probably indefinitely. So I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. As I said, there are classified meetings set up on these issues for the week that we return, not only by our committee, but also the Foreign Relations Committee and other committees. We now turn to the point of order that was proposed. The gentleman from Georgia made a point of order that the amendment proposed by the member is not germane. Clause 7 of Rule 16, the germaneness rule, provides that no proposition on a subject different from that under consideration shall be admitted under color of amendment. Here, this amendment is not germane because it addresses a subject matter, Afghanistan, that is different from one under consideration in this particular bill before us today. Therefore, the amendment offered by the gentleman fails the test of germaneness, and the point of order is sustained.
I appeal the rule of the chair.
I
The
move to
ro-
table.
I move to table the appeal, Madam Chair. Hank Johnson.
The motion to table is not debatable. The question is, shall the committee table the gentleman's appeal? All those in favor say aye.
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 All those opposed say no.
No. No.
I request
Aye.
the ayes and nays.
In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the motion to table is agreed to. The gentleman's motion is not in order.
I request the yeas and nays.
A requested and recorded vote has been requested. A recorded vote is ordered. The clerk will call the roll. The clerk will call the roll. What's happening?
Ms. Norton,
Congresswoman Norton votes aye.
Ms. Norton votes aye. Mr. Lynch,
Mr. Lynch votes aye.
Mr. Lynch votes aye. Mr. Cooper,
Cooper votes aye.
Mr. Cooper votes aye. Mr. Connolly,
Aye.
Mr. Connolly votes aye. Mr. Krishnamurthy,
Aye.
Mr. Krishnamurthy votes aye. Mr. Raskin,
Aye.
Mr. Raskin votes aye. Mr. Khanna,
Comer votes no.
Mr. Mfume,
Mr. Mfume votes aye.
Mr. Mfume votes aye. Ms. Acacia-Cortez,
Ocasio-Cortez votes aye.
Ms. Acacia-Cortez votes aye. Ms. Tlaib,
Tlaib votes yes.
Ms. Tlaib votes aye. Ms. Porter,
Yes.
Ms. Porter votes aye. Ms. Bush,
Bush votes aye.
Ms. Bush votes aye. Mr. Davis,
Davis votes aye.
Mr. Davis votes aye. Ms. Wasserman Schultz,
Wasserman Schultz votes aye.
Ms. Wasserman Schultz votes aye. Mr. Welch,
Welch votes aye.
Mr. Welch votes aye. Mr. Johnson,
Johnson of Georgia votes aye.
Mr. Johnson votes aye. Mr. Sarbanes,
Sarbanes votes aye.
Mr. Sarbanes votes aye. Ms. Spear, Ms. Kelly,
Kelly votes aye.
Ms. Kelly votes aye. Ms. Lawrence,
Lawrence votes aye.
Ms. Lawrence votes aye. Mr. Desanye,
Desaulniers votes aye.
Mr. Desanye votes aye. Mr. Gomez,
Gomez votes aye.
Mr. Gomez votes aye. Ms. Presley,
Presley votes aye.
Ms. Presley votes aye. Mr. Quigley,
Quigley votes aye.
Mr. Quigley votes aye. Mr. Comer,
Comer votes no.
Mr. Comer votes no. Mr. Jordan,
For that
Mr.
multiple times, we've allowed our
Mr.
force to
Gosar?
burn here in America.
No.
Rather than
Mr.
managing
Gosar
them
votes no.
in an effective
Ms.
manner,
Fox,
that we could use that to have
Fox
mills
votes no.
to be able to produce those raw.
Ms. Fox votes no. Mr. Heiss,
Oh.
Mr. Heiss votes no. Mr. Grothman,
Sorry, no. Did you hear that?
yes. Mr. Grothman votes no. Mr. Cloud,
No.
Mr. Cloud votes no. Mr. Gibbs,
No.
Mr. Gibbs votes no. Mr. Higgins,
No.
Mr. Higgins votes no. Mr. Norman, Mr. Sessions,
Sessions, no.
Mr. Sessions votes no. Mr. Keller?
No.
Mr. Keller votes no. Mr. Biggs?
No.
Mr. Biggs votes no. Mr. Clyde?
No.
Mr. Clyde votes no. Ms. Mace?
Mace, no.
Ms. Mace votes no. Mr. Franklin?
No.
Mr. Franklin votes no. Mr. Latourner?
No.
Mr. Latourner votes no. Mr. Fallon?
No.
Mr. Fallon votes no. Ms. Harrell?
Ms. Harrell votes no.
Ms. Harrell votes no. Mr. Donalds?
No.
Mr. Donalds votes no. Ms. Maloney?
Maloney votes aye.
Ms. Maloney votes aye.
Is there any member who has not voted?
Madam Chair, how was I recorded?
Mr. Khanna is not recorded.
Khanna votes aye.
Mr. Khanna votes aye.
Is there any member wishing to change his or her vote? The clerk will report the tally.
On this vote, we have
Um,
24.
Madam Chair, how am I recorded? This is Wasserman Schultz.
Ms. Wasserman Schultz, you are recorded as aye.
Yes. Wasserman Schultz still votes aye.
The clerk will report the tally.
On this vote, we have 24 ayes and 18 noes.
The motion is tabled and Mr. Clyde is now recognized. Mr. Clyde, you are now recognized.
And
Thank you,
Madam
Madam
Chair, I
Chair.
would reserve a point of order. This is Hank Johnson.
Mr. Johnson reserves a point of order.
Madam Chair, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to the committee print offered by Mr. Clyde of Georgia.
Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with. The gentleman is recognized to explain his amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My amendment is quite simple and should be supported by all members. In short, it redirects the $4 million slated to OMB to implement the Justice 40 initiative, an initiative that doubles down on ideas about equity and the redistribution of wealth that are contrary to what America stands for, to the National Archives to address the Veterans Record Backlog. Veterans need our help and support now more than ever in the wake of President Biden's botched withdrawal from Afghanistan. At this very moment, we still have American citizens trapped behind enemy lines. Americans behind enemy lines that the president and his top advisors knowingly and willingly left behind. The crisis of our failed executive branch leadership, Madam Chair, deserves this committee's full attention and resources, because the American people deserve to know how and why this administration failed, not only our citizens and allies, but the whole of America. President Biden and the entire administration kept parroting the phrase, telling America, we will get every American out who wants to get out. We could have done that. We had the military strength to do it, but there was no will to do it. This is completely unacceptable and demands this committee's attention right now. We as a committee should be demanding from the president his plan to bring all Americans home. And I won't stop demanding answers, and neither should this committee. We are America, and we don't leave our people behind. President Biden must tell our country what is the plan to bring all U.S. citizens home. This failure of leadership by the executive branch has angered many veterans across our country. In fact, the Washington Times ran an article on Tuesday that documented 90 senior military officers who called on the Secretary of Defense, Austin, and the Chairman Joint Chiefs of Staff, General Milley, to resign. And as a retired senior military officer myself, I concur, they should resign. By supporting my amendment, Republicans and Democrats can prove their support for our shared commitment to assist our veterans by prioritizing them over divisive and unpersuasive environmental and economic policies. Because of reductions in on-site NARA personnel during the pandemic, there is a massive backlog of nearly 500,000, yes, 500,000 requests for records. This backlog negatively affects veterans who desperately need access to these records to obtain the benefits to which they are entitled. Veterans and their families are waiting for access to personnel records that ensure veterans receive proper military benefits, honors at funerals, small business loans, medical claims coverage, and more. It's unacceptable that some veterans are waiting a year to receive a response from NARA. NARA has informed the committee that it will not resolve the backlog until the end of calendar year 2022. That's over a year away. Again, this is unacceptable. We must help our veterans now. Veterans fought for our nation, and now we must fight for them. As such, I urge every member to vote yes on my amendment, and I yield back.
I now recognize myself for 5 minutes. Anyone who negates the critical importance of the Justice 40 initiative is out of touch with the communities across our country that have suffered generations of environmental racism. In our committee's examination of environmental justice, we've heard heartbreaking testimony from frontline communities about lives cut short, asthma, communities poisoned, and Americans left behind. Last week, we held a roundtable in a major center of this crisis where 28 of the dirtiest and most dangerous power plant smokestacks surround the largest public housing development in our country. Nationwide, we estimate 170,000 Americans die each year due to abnormal temperatures, with as many as 1 in 10 deaths being caused by air pollution from the burning of fossil fuel. Climate change costs the US economy an estimated $700 billion each year. These staggering costs are concentrated in low-income, frontline communities that are overburdened by pollution, but underserved by both government and the private sector. In fact, people of color in the US are over 3 times more likely to breathe the most polluted air. This is wrong. This crisis is the result of generations of poor policy choices, but making better choices now can help lead to a better future and cleaner air. The Justice 40 and the success of it depends on a coordinated effort across the federal government, which is why we've included the funding that OMB needs to cover its implementation responsibility. We can fix this and strengthen the American economy with a strong approach to environmental justice that fights the climate crisis, creates jobs, advances racial and economic equity, and saves lives. That's what the Build Back Better agenda is all about, and we intend to deliver it. We cannot eliminate this critical implementation funding, especially to redirect it to a purpose that is already fully funded. Believe me, every Democrat cares very much about serving our veterans. And that is why we unanimously support this bill. This bill grants the National Archives its full funding request. We give them all the money they say they need to eliminate the backlog and modernize its systems and records so that they are more secure and more efficient. I support the full funding for the National Archives, every penny they requested. I come from a family of veterans, so I know that this is a priority of my office and every Democratic and Republican office. That's why we fully funded it. So I urge my colleagues to oppose this amendment, and I yield back, and I now recognize, I believe Representative Comer had his hand up. Representative Comer.
Madam
Madam
Chair,
Chair.
if I might take this opportunity to withdraw the point of order.
What?
The point of order is withdrawn.
The point of order is withdrawn. Okay.
Thank you, Madam
Mr.
Chair. I'd like to speak in favor of Representative Clyde's amendment. Instead of giving OMB money to implement left-wing projects, job-killing initiatives, I think we should take care of our veterans and their families. Veterans and their families need NARA to process records to receive benefits. However, since the current backlog at NARA is 500,000, some veterans are waiting a year for records. The backlog is not expected to be addressed until the calendar year 2022. We should help them today. I support this amendment to provide 25 million to NARA for help with veterans records. GAO is already funded. Hopefully this amendment will pass. We can fully fund this to help the people who served our country. Hopefully NARA will make sure that the employees are actually showing up for work, doing their job, and not working from home, as has been a problem over there for quite a while. But I support the Clyde amendment and I yield back.
Who else seeks recognition? Okay, I do not see anyone else seeking recognition. The question now occurs on the amendment offered by the gentleman. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no.
Aye. Aye.
In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not adopted.
Madam Chair, I request a
Yes.
recorded vote.
A recorded vote has been requested, and a recorded vote is now ordered. And pursuant to clause 2 of Rule 11 and Committee Rule 5B, proceedings on the amendment are postponed. Okay, is there further amendment or discussion?
Madam Chair.
Mr. Keller, you are now recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This amendment will increase funding for the National Archives and Records Administration, or NARA, by $10 million to expeditiously address backlogs in responding to veterans' requests for military personnel records. Since the pandemic, NARA has accrued a backlog of nearly 500,000 requests for veterans records.
Mr. Keller, can we let the clerk report the amendment? The clerk will report the amendment, and then you will be recognized.
I thought I was recognized.
Okay.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to the committee print offered by Mr. Keller of Pennsylvania.
Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with. The gentleman is recognized to explain his amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This
Thank
amendment
you.
will increase funding for the National Archives and Records Administration, or NARA, by $10 million to expeditiously address backlogs in responding to veterans' requests for military personnel records. Since the pandemic, NARA has accrued a backlog of nearly 500,000 requests for veterans' records. These records, housed in a National Personnel Records Center, or the NPRC, are necessary for veterans to obtain the benefits to which they and their family members are entitled. These are benefits they have earned. As most of these documents are not digitized, employees must be on site in order to physically retrieve veteran information. NARA has significantly decreased its in-person workforce due to COVID-19, and as a result, the brave men and women who put their lives on the line for our safety are waiting over a year to receive a response from NARA. My office has been flooded with requests for assistance from veterans and their families who've been trying to get records in their hands that they were required for service or for benefits. From the veteran who has been waiting since December for a copy of his health records, to any other service member looking to receive the Armed Forces Extraordinary Medal and Armed Forces Service Medal awarded to him for his role in an Operation Joint Endeavor. That would be our Marines. Our retired servicemen and women deserve access to the benefits they earned in service to our country. Earlier this year, I introduced the Records Act, which currently has over 50 co-sponsors and would address the growing record backlog, restore NPRC in-person employee levels to pre-pandemic levels, and require a digitization plan for future record retrieval. While I will continue to advocate for passage of the Records Act and a comprehensive path forward for veteran document retrieval reform, I urge my colleagues to support and vote for this for our veterans. And vote in support of this amendment so our veterans can get necessary assistance now. They can't wait a year. They deserve it now. And we should act on this and make sure the resources are made available so that our veterans get the benefits they earn and deserve. Thank you, and I yield back.
I recognize myself for 5 minutes. I agree with the gentleman. I appreciate the gentleman's amendment. And after conducting appropriate due diligence, have decided to support it. The legislation we are considering today already includes $50 million to enable the National Archives to improve its response to records requests for veterans and their families, as well as other improvements to cybersecurity and processing of federal and presidential records. I checked with the National Archives, and once we received this amendment to ensure that the additional 10 million could be justified. The National Archives indicated that they would be able to use this funding, particularly to hire additional contractors to assist with processing the backlog of veteran records requests that grew so large during the pandemic. I appreciate this amendment and look forward to continuing to work together to ensure that veterans and their families have the timely access to their records. I urge my colleagues to support this amendment, and I yield back. Who else seeks recognition? Okay. There is no one else seeking recognition. The question now occurs on the amendment offered by the gentleman. All those in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chairs, the ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. Okay, who else seeks recognition?
Madam Chair, Mr. Lynch has an amendment at the desk.
Mr. Lynch, for what purpose do you seek recognition, Mr. Lynch?
Madam Chair, I have an amendment at the desk.
Thank you. The clerk will report the gentleman's amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to the committee print offered by Mr. Lynch of Massachusetts.
Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with. The gentleman is recognized to explain his amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This amendment is, I'm happy to say, is co-sponsored by my distinguished colleagues, Chairman Jerry Conley of Virginia and Representative Brenda Lawrence of Michigan. The amendment is fairly simple in its operative function. This amendment would increase from $2.4 billion to $7 billion, the funding provided for the United States Postal Service to electrify its fleet of postal vehicles and build the EV charging stations necessary to charge those vehicles. The total amount matches the funding allocated for postal electrification by our Senate colleagues and also members of the Committee on Homeland Security and Government Affairs. It also accords with the Postal Service's own cost estimate provided by Postmaster DeJoy and recommended by him on transitioning to a clean energy fleet. As evidenced by the Executive Order 14,008 and the American Jobs Plan, President Biden is prioritizing the procurement of clean and zero-emission vehicles for government fleets as critical to our collective mission to tackle the climate crisis. As underscored by the President, harnessing the purchasing power of the U.S. government towards the acquisition of electric vehicles will dramatically reduce our federal carbon footprint and guide our transition to an energy-efficient transportation sector. According to the General Services Administration latest federal fleet report, the current U.S. government fleet consists of about 657,000 vehicles that are driven more than 4 billion miles and consume nearly 400 million gallons of gasoline per year. The Environmental Protection Agency reports that this consumption volume is equivalent to more than 7 billion pounds of carbon dioxide emissions annually. With more than 230,000 vehicles, the Postal Service accounts for more than 1/3 of the entire federal fleet. Only the Defense Department has more vehicles. The Postal Service reports that Approximately 190,000 of these vehicles deliver mail in every U.S. community. The majority of these delivery trucks are classified as long life and have been put in service for more than 30 years. Purchased as early as 1987, these vehicles are on their last legs and still on the road long past their original life expectancy of 24 years. This deteriorating Postal Service fleet also consumes approximately 200 million gallons of gasoline annually, and that's the equivalent to almost 4 billion pounds of carbon dioxide emissions per year. Long life delivery trucks in particular are widely recognized as gas guzzlers, averaging less than 10 miles per gallon and consuming over 85 million gallons of gas per year. They also come with high unscheduled maintenance costs and lack basic safety features, including anti-lock brakes, airbags, and seatbelt reminders. As evidenced by hundreds of reports nationwide, these mail trucks are highly susceptible to catching fire and bursting into flames, presenting a serious safety risk to our loyal and courageous postal workers and the public. As we undertake our all-of-government approach to enhancing the environmental sustainability of federal agencies and promoting a government-wide transition to clean energy alternatives, clearly there is no better place to start than the United States Postal Service. The electrification of our postal fleet will reduce carbon pollution to the great benefit of the health, safety, and sustainability of our communities. It'll augment our efforts to mitigate the glaring health disparities among our most vulnerable populations that stem from air and noise pollution. So in closing, I would also like to commend you, Madam Chair, for your leadership on this important issue and your longstanding commitment to strengthening the U.S. Postal Service. I'd also like to thank Mark Stevenson and Ethan Van Ness of the majority staff for all of their good work on this, and especially their interaction with the Senate. Never an easy task. I urge my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to support this amendment, and I yield back the balance of my time. Thank you.
The gentleman yields back. Mr. Cloud, you are now recognized. Mr. Cloud. The gentleman from Texas, Mr. Cloud, is recognized. Okay, go to Comer. Okay.
Mr. Comer, do you wish to speak?
Mr. Comer, do you wish to speak? No, wait, here's Mr.
Yes.
Cloud. Mr.
Okay.
Cloud, you're recognized, Mr. Cloud.
I withdraw my amendment for the moment. Thank you.
Okay, all right. Mr. Comer, you're now recognized.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. And I oppose this amendment. Regardless of what the underlying policy objective may be, the American taxpayer shouldn't be paying for capital improvements for the Postal Service. And buying electric vehicles instead of traditional vehicles is a capital improvement. This is true of the $2.4 billion included in the amendment in the nature of a substitute. It's true with this amendment. The Postal Service hasn't asked for these funds, but in the democratic world of free money, I'm sure they'd take it. It's unclear whether this $7 billion would fund charging stations for the general public, but it seems likely this part of a larger push to have the government step into what should be left to the private sector. Finally, this amendment provides this $7 billion for fiscal year 22. I doubt the Postal Service can spend this money in fiscal year 22, so this may be a problem. Our energies regarding the Postal Service need to be around fixing its broken business model. All this amendment does is seek to have the Postal Service continue to hemorrhage cash in a supposedly environmentally friendly way. I have been pleased to work with Chairwoman Maloney on legislation to address the Postal Service's real needs, and that's where our focus should stay. Again, I urge opposition to this amendment, and I yield back.
And yields back. The gentlelady from Michigan, Ms. Lawrence, is now recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to thank my good friend, Congressman Lynch, for his leadership on this issue. As the member of Congress representing Detroit, the Motor City, I continue to be inspired by Michigan automakers leading the way on electrifying their fleets in the next few decades. Today, this committee has an opportunity to deliver on a similar feat, electrifying the Postal Service fleet. Almost immediately after taking office, President Biden issued an executive order calling for a plan to acquire clean and zero emission vehicles. for the entire federal fleet, including the Postal Service. As one of the most recognizable, one of the largest fleets on the road today, we must ensure that the Postal Service has the resources it needs to invest in modernizing its aging fleet. And more importantly, doing it in a manner consistent with zero emission goals. These funds will be critical for the agencies to meet the president's bold plan for a federal fleet. While I recognize some of my colleagues on the other side of the aisle may criticize this investment, it is important to note the current Postmaster General, appointed by a Republican-led Board of Governors under former President Trump, has expressed support for electrifying the postal fleet. In the Postal Service 10-year plan, Delivering for America, and I quote, "The Postal Service is firmly committed to electric vehicles, and with the right level of government support, we can commit to a majority of Postal Service delivery vehicles being electric within 10 years and a fully electric fleet by 2035. We welcome that support and that mission, and we support it. Today, we stand ready to meet the Postal Service request by providing the funding. We cannot afford to wait. By approving this amendment, we will ensure the Postal Service can uphold its commitment to an electric fleet. I want to thank Congressman Lynch. I want to thank our chairwoman for her support and leadership for introducing this important amendment, and I urge my colleagues to support it. I yield back.
The gentlelady yields back. Mr. Conley from Virginia, you are now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. And let me thank my good friend, Mr. Lynch, for taking the lead on this very critical opportunity and issue. I first got involved in trying to get the Postal Service to invest in electric vehicles 12 years ago when we were debating the stimulus bill at that time during the Great Recession. And at that time, unfortunately, the Postmaster General, Donahue, didn't want anything to do with it. So what's happened? The average age of the fleet has gone from 18 years to 30. 30 years old being the average age of the vehicles of the second largest vehicular fleet in America. What could go wrong with 30 years of age? And as Mr. Lynch indicated, they're gas guzzlers, they're environmentally pollutant, they require huge maintenance. They are also, at this point, a risk to safety. We have an opportunity to retrofit that fleet. Now, Mr. Comer says that ought to be the duty of the private sector. I don't understand that. The Constitution mandates that there be a postal service. Law says that that postal service has to have a universal mandate. That is to say, it has to be available to every household and every business in America. It is not a private entity. It competes with private entities. We made it kind of quasi-governmental. It is one of the most essential services Americans rely on every day. And in a pandemic, it is more critical than ever for the delivery of essential medications and pharmaceuticals, for the delivery of economic goods, and of course, medical equipment. And you know what? During the pandemic, it's one of the few things that has continued to work every day. We have an opportunity to retrofit that fleet, make a huge investment for a generation to ensure to the American people that postal service will not be interrupted. And again, unlike what I think the ranking member was suggesting, actually, the Republican appointed Board of Governors favors this kind of transition to an all electric or largely electric vehicular fleet because they see the benefits, and so do we. So we have this opportunity to make this investment. I wholeheartedly and enthusiastically support the amendment. I'm proud to have been part of this effort. for over a decade. And I thank Mr. Lynch for taking up that torch and showing us the light. I look forward to supporting and voting for this amendment. Thank you. I yield back.
Who else seeks recognition? I now recognize myself for 5 minutes, and I join my good friend and colleague, Representative Lynch, in supporting this amendment. I join him in thanking the staff of the committee, Mr. Stevenson, Mr. Van Ness, Mr. Harney, their hard work on this amendment and their hard work on a underlying bill of postal reform with Mr. Comer's staff and other members of the committee on a bipartisan way. I strongly support this amendment. The private industry is already moving towards electric vehicles. So we have an opportunity to make sure that the Postal Service remains both competitive and green. Providing more substantial funding upfront is also critical to ensure that the Postal Service begins building the necessary charging infrastructure across the nation in all the post offices. We have a built-in infrastructure ready to be turned into charging centers for the Postal Service and the people of America. Before we even have an EV off the production line, we have to have these charging centers across the country. This amendment will ensure that the Postal Service has the full funding it needs up front to ensure that the vehicles that it purchases can be electric. We don't want more gas guzzling other types of trucks. We're moving to electric. So this bill allows us to move forward. The Postal Service is one of the largest vehicle fleets in the entire country. They should lead the way to going to electronic vehicles. And most of the vehicles, as was pointed out, my colleagues, Mr. Conley, Ms. Lawrence, and Mr. Lynch, they're very old. They're over 30 years. They're dangerous, and they're a real danger to the dedicated post.
I'm here. I'm trying to put my headphones on.
Madam Chair, we cannot hear you. If you would unmute, Madam.
All this time, no one heard me speaking? You're kidding.
No, only just about a minute.
Yeah.
Oh, Lord. Well, I support
I thought you were
want to be
brilliant.
affiliated with the comments of Representative Conley, Representative Lawrence, and Representative Lynch. I agree completely. The private sector has already moved in this direction. We have an opportunity to make the Postal Service both competitive and green. I urge a yes vote on this amendment. The question now occurs on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Massachusetts. All those in favor say aye.
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 All those opposed say no.
No.
Well, in the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it and the amendment is adopted. Who seeks recognition for what purpose? Mr. Comer is now recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to the committee print offered by Mr. Comer of Kentucky.
Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with. The gentleman from Kentucky is recognized to explain his amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This amendment shifts money from the GAO to the Intelligence Community Inspector General so we can get to the bottom of the poorly executed withdrawal of troops from Afghanistan. Beginning on August 15th, 2021, for the first time in nearly 2 decades, the Taliban are the ruling party in Afghanistan. Over 20 years, we defeated Al-Qaeda, won social gains for women and girls, increased economic security for all Afghans, and decreased the illicit drug trade.
Madam Chair, I'd like to reserve a point of order.
These
and
gains
excuse me for
dissolved in a matter of hours. The current state of Afghanistan is a national security crisis. It's a humanitarian crisis, and it's a crisis of leadership. Today, Americans and their allies are less secure than yesterday. Congress must understand the scope of the failures that led to the fall of Kabul. The intelligence was clear. Kabul would fail and fall to the Taliban.
Madam Chair, I'm
It's
raising a point
illegal.
of order.
I'm talking. It's illegal. It's
So
vital.
noted.
It's vital to get a full understanding of all the intelligence surrounding the withdrawal of U.S. and U.S. allied forces. Unfortunately, the Biden administration is failing to provide answers to Congress. This amendment directing the intelligence community, IG, to develop this report would provide insight into the decision-making paradigm used by the Biden administration. I think everyone in America would like to see that. What did the intelligence say? Did President Biden hide any intelligence from Congress or lie to the American people? Did President Biden know the Afghan security forces would fall so easily? Was President Biden warned of an attack at Kabul airport? Did he ignore intelligence about the attack? Has any intelligence been shared with the Taliban? Congress needs answers. I ask for full committee support of this amendment, and I yield back.
Seeks recognition. Who else seeks recognition?
Madam Chair, I rise to assert the point of order, and I would encourage all of the members
Madam Chair,
to vote on the motion to remain a part of this hearing and ready to vote, because if we don't, then we'll be listening to these amendments along with arguments in support of them for the rest of the day, evening, and night. And I recognize the chair has discretion as to when to rule on my assertion of the point of order. But I would respectfully ask that she do so without further debate.
The gentleman
Madam
has
Chair, are we
raised a
allowed to
point.
actually speak on these matters, or are we just going to get shut
The
down?
gentleman raised a point of order. We have noted it's a point of order. Representative Donalds, you are now recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I mean, look, I think this is a very high quality amendment. I support the amendment. Members, we should all be supporting this amendment. What is clear is that there was either a failure in intelligence or a failure in execution by the White House. Two dates we need to take note of. Number one, over the July 4th weekend, it is widely reported we abandoned Bagram Airfield. On July 23rd, there was a phone call where the transcript has now been released to the media, where President Ghani expressly told the President of the United States that there was a full-scale invasion going on in Afghanistan by the Taliban, as well as 10 to 15,000 terrorist insurgents on the ground in Afghanistan, and that he was asking for air assistance from the President of the United States. That was on July 23rd. It's in the transcripts of the call. And I know the majority party loves transcripts of phone calls with the President of the United States. What we should be doing as the Oversight Committee, which does have jurisdiction over inspector generals, is giving them all the ability they need to further investigate this. So by the time we actually get back to Washington to have these classified briefings, we have more information. Last point I'll make, because I know the gentleman has a point of order, is that, I mean, we're out here playing games. Last week, we stuck a $3.5 trillion budget reconciliation bill in a rule. We never voted on it on the House floor. So if we're going to talk about germanity, we need to be consistent across the board. I understand that the majority party doesn't want to vote on these amendments, but the reality is that there are Americans who are left behind enemy lines. There's billions of dollars of equipment in the hands of the Taliban and, frankly, our enemies at this point. The intelligence community has widely been saying that they advised the president of this matter. And so there's a lot of reports now to that point. And the minimum that oversight should be doing is actually conducting oversight. That's our role. That's what we should be doing. I know that this is a bill about post office electric vehicles, but it is a funding measure. And so it's putting some dollars into funding IGs to get intelligence that can come back to Congress so we can actually conduct our job, which is oversight, is exactly the purview of this committee. Our members should be voting for this and not just simply tabling it through a parliamentary maneuver so you don't have to vote for it. Members, this is a good amendment. We should be supporting this amendment, and I'll yield back.
Thank you. Mr. Johnson, do you insist on your point of order?
I do, Madam Chair.
Okay, the gentleman has made a point of order that the proposed amendment is not germane, and the chair is prepared to rule on the point of order. The
Madam
gentleman
Chair.
from Georgia makes a point of order that the amendment proposed by the member is not germane. Clause 7 of Rule 16, the germaneness rule provides that no proposition on a subject different from that under consideration shall be admitted under color of amendment. Here, this amendment is not germane because it invokes the jurisdiction of committees not implicated in the committee print. Therefore, the amendment offered by the gentleman fails to test the germaneness and point of order is sustained. Who else seeks recognition? Who else seeks recognition? The gentleman from
Madam Chair.
Virginia.
Thank you,
Mr.
Madam
Conley's
Chairwoman.
recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to the committee print offered by Mr. Connolly of Virginia.
Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with. The gentleman from Virginia is recognized to explain his amendment.
I thank the chair. In the past year, Congress has passed 5 emergency relief bills to respond to the COVID pandemic, and it's helped provide testing and vaccines to millions of Americans and save the economy from a Great Depression. This week, Congress continues our important work in rebuilding from the pandemic and building a 21st century economy that's more equitable, visionary, and sustainable. Unfortunately, once again, I worry Congress may neglect to include funding to support the crumbling federal IT infrastructure that has hindered access to the relief Congress has provided to millions of Americans. Of course, this is within the jurisdiction of our committee and my subcommittee specifically. When the IRS, for example, began distributing stimulus checks, millions of people were left waiting for these critical payments because the agency could not find accurate direct deposit information because of its IT system. Millions of Americans facing illness, unemployment, food insecurity, and an inability to pay their mortgages or rent were met with busy phone lines because the agency was forced to close customer service centers for over a month. The Small Business Administration's E-Tran system for submitting applications for the Paycheck Protection Program initially shut out hundreds of thousands of small businesses from obtaining desperately needed assistance because it could not handle both the reprogramming and the volume. The system, designed to process, for example, an average of $20 billion a year in loans at SBA, was tasked with facilitating more than $600 billion in 1 month in loans and collapsed under the volume and the change. And during this pandemic, where 75% of the federal workforce have been in telework status and nearly half of those employees teleworking for the first time, a foreign adversary was able to gain access to the emails of senior federal officials for 9 months during the Trump administration unnoticed. Congress's efforts to keep this nation afloat are irrelevant if the very assistance we rush to enact cannot get into the hands of the people who need it because of inadequate IT systems. This administration, thankfully, has seen the direct link between our nation's recovery and investment in federal IT. In January, President Biden proposed a $9 billion investment in the Technology Modernization Fund. In the American Rescue Plan, Congress ended up providing $1 billion. We're squandering an opportunity to revolutionize how government serves this nation with an up-to-date and protective IT system. When federal CIO Claire Maturana testified before our subcommittee in July, she stated that more than 100 agencies have already submitted applications for more than $2 billion in transformational IT modernization projects through the TMF. That's why today I'm offering an amendment to put in an additional $1 billion in TMF funding to meet that demand. In addition to boosting funding for the TMF, the amendment would also provide $2 billion to the General Services Administration Federal Citizen Services Fund to help agencies employ innovative strategies and to improve how the public engages with its government through IT. The Federal Citizen Services Fund makes government services digitally accessible to the public and improves the quality. The fund also supports cybersecurity, and cloud-based technology initiatives like FedRAMP. This funding will revolutionize how government uses data and analytics to help agencies make evidence-driven policy decisions using their updated IT systems. This amendment also provides $350 million to the Information Technology Oversight and Reform account within the Office of Management and Budget to evolve the federal IT dashboard to help track IT spending. The ITOR account helps fund staffing for the U.S. Digital Service, the federal government's tactical squad, to help agencies fix their toughest tech problems. The amendment enables meaningful improvements in the effectiveness and cybersecurity of public serving applications of federal IT. It helps agencies build back better. The GAO found that the 10 most critical federal IT legacy systems in need of modernization are maintained by 10 different federal agencies, each performing essential government operations. Those 10 systems were between 8 and 51 years old, and they cost $337 million collectively each year simply to maintain. In addition to the direct monetary costs, these systems are security risks for the government. They're vulnerable honeypots to nation state adversaries and third parties who want to hack in and steal our nation's vulnerable information. The recent enterprise-wide SolarWinds cybersecurity breach demonstrates what can go wrong for lack of investment in upgrading our IT systems and providing for cybersecurity. If the technology infrastructure for delivering federal assistance is unreliable or unavailable, then no amount of money we provide or expertise we give, political will or subject matter can frankly serve the people intended. IT is integral to the mission. It's not incidental. We have an opportunity to get this right. The numbers we're putting forward in this amendment, Madam Chairwoman, are consistent with what we anticipate the Senate will also provide. And so I urge my colleagues to make this important investment for the future. And I think all Americans will benefit from it. And it will frankly make our good intentions and the dollars we put behind those good intentions efficacious. With that, I yield back.
I thank the gentleman. The gentleman yields back. Who else seeks recognition? I now recognize myself for 5 minutes. I want to thank the gentleman from Virginia for his amendment, which addresses one of the most grave concerns that absolutely keeps me up at night. It's no secret that our federal IT networks are under constant attack, including the devastating SolarWinds breach that allowed Russian actors to roam undetected on our system months after months. Back in August, the Comptroller General testified that 750 recommendations by the GAO office to improve the cybersecurity of federal IT systems had not yet been implemented, including 67 designated as, quote, priority, end quote, recommendations. This amendment would help modernize IT systems across the federal government, making crucial investments to strengthen and secure outdated and vulnerable infrastructure and improve the efficiency and accessibility of government services for the American people. The Build Back Better plan is about transforming our country's infrastructure to better serve the American people, and federal IT infrastructure is an essential part of that puzzle. We've seen this play out through the coronavirus pandemic as outdated IT systems at federal agencies delayed the distribution of relief aid and critical services like stimulus checks and unemployment benefits. We must do better. This amendment would provide $1 billion to the Technology Modernization Fund to modernize high priority systems, improve the efficiency and impact of government operations, and support vital cyber security enhancements. It would also provide $2 billion for the Federal Citizen Services Fund to drive innovation in government operations and improve the quality of government services. This fund also supports FedRAMP, a key program supporting the cybersecurity of contractors that do business with the federal government, and a top priority of our full committee and the subcommittee of government operations. Finally, an additional $350 million for the Information Technology Oversight and Reform account at the Office of Management and Budget would support the enhancement of technical expertise throughout the civil service to complete critical projects, including the new climate and economic justice screening tool that will be essential to directing new resources to underserved communities. This funding will support the modernization of public-facing services, the maximization of technology assets across the agencies, the improvement of federal acquisition of digital services, and the cross-pollination of top technical talent across the civil service. I urge my colleagues to support the amendment from the gentleman from Virginia, and I yield back. Who else seeks recognition? Mr. Comer, you are now recognized.
Madam Chair, I just briefly want to say that I oppose this amendment. The American Rescue Plan gave $1 billion for the Technology Modernization Fund. These agencies are supposed to pay these funds back under the law, but OMB continues to waive these requirements. I think we need to discuss this more, and I don't support this amendment. We're spending a lot of money here today. We've got a lot of problems in America, and I just don't think this is the right amendment for this bill on the postal fleet. Having said that, I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. Who else seeks recognition? The question now occurs on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Virginia. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no.
No.
In the
Aye.
opinion of the chair, the ayes have it and the amendment is adopted. Is there further discussion? Who seeks recognition?
Madam Chair, I seek recognition. This is Higgins.
Mr. Higgins, you are now, first of all, the clerk will report the gentleman's amendment.
And Madam Chair, I reserve a point of order.
Point of order reserved. The clerk will report.
Amendments to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to the committee print offered by Mr. Higgins of Louisiana.
Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with. The gentleman is recognized to explain his amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I appreciate my colleagues participating in this markup today. Electric cars. Wow. Fleets of electric cars for the federal government. The objection from, a reasonable man, this topic would be that there are very, very significant challenges we face as a nation today that should be and must be addressed by this committee. But I'm not in charge of the Oversight Committee. I'm not part of the majority party. So in the interest of reason, let's add some modicum of American national security consideration to this markup, which funds the electrification of the federal fleet. China and Russia have conducted high-profile cyber attacks against the United States government and private industries, becoming more prolific and sophisticated over this past year. My amendment would forbid the allowance of Chinese and Russian software as components within any ultimately electrified American federal fleet. The amendment protects us from enabling a foreign adversary to essentially roam freely inside vehicles owned and operated by the federal government, which would be akin to a Trojan horse of our own creation. So from a reasonable perspective, I ask all my colleagues across the aisle to hear the tone of my amendment, look at the specifics of it, And let us all agree that my amendment provides necessary security precautions to ensure the safe and secure operation of any federal electric fleet. I urge my colleagues to support the amendment, including across the aisle. I recognize my own Republican colleagues demand that much more significant topics be handled and discussed by this committee. And yet I recognize the fact that we're not in the majority, so we don't control the topic. Therefore, I attempt as a reasonable conservative gentleman to inject an amendment into this consideration that we all should be able to agree upon. And Madam Chair, I yield, and I appreciate the consideration of my amendment.
The gentleman yields back. Who else seeks recognition? Mr. Comer, you are now recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I strongly support the Higgins Amendment. Despite our commitment to free trade, this amendment restricting Chinese and Russian connected software from components of our nation's electric fleet of vehicles is about as close to a no-brainer as any legislative effort. China and Russia have engaged in malicious cyber intrusions against our infrastructure, industry, and government. This amendment is a common sense measure to ensure the cybersecurity and physical security of our electric vehicles is not compromised by software produced by adversaries who continue to show ill intent. It follows similar prohibitions on Russian cybersecurity software. The connections between private business and the communist governments of China and Russia cannot be understated. There's no distinction. Whatever private business has access to, the government has access to in two countries. As we've seen with the pandemic, China controls everything in that country. They hoard PPE, lie to investigators, and obscure or delete evidence that would help us uncover the origins of the pandemic. So I strongly support the Higgins Amendment and commend the gentleman from Louisiana for coming up with this amendment. I yield back.
Mr. Lynch from Massachusetts, you are now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I am not unsympathetic to the gentleman from Mr. Higgins' amendment, but I do want to point out that this is the purpose of my amendment is to shift from fossil fuel to electrification. So we want to get rid of these old vehicles. If this were a debate about autonomous vehicles, where software was actually part of the formula here, I would have greater sympathy and empathy with Mr. Higgins' amendment. I agree that the incursions that China and Russia have been making, the cyber attacks, ransomware, cyber theft, through our technological vulnerabilities are pronounced and are a serious national security concern. But Congress continues to give an iPhone to each and every member of Congress that is made in China. So I see that as being a more serious threat than I do shifting from fossil fuel to electrification in our postal fleet. I would be glad to join the gentleman from Louisiana on a more appropriate bill to really put safeguards against us adopting and employing software that comes out of China or other devices that come out of China that may be a danger to our national security, or simply to the data privacy of average American citizens. I think there's a threat there as well. But I think that the amendment is misguided in terms of its target. This is an initiative to get us off of these old diesel highly polluting vehicles and into a cleaner, greener, rechargeable, safer transportation system within the Postal Service. So because of that mistargeting of this amendment, I would have to oppose it, and I yield back. Thank you.
Would the gentleman yield?
Of course,
Madam
I'd yield
Chair?
to the gentleman. Absolutely.
The
I
gentleman
thank-
has the
I
time,
thank
the
the-
gentleman yields.
I thank the gentleman. I appreciate the gentleman's tone. My colleague makes an interesting observation, and I would be very willing to work with the gentleman and his staff and committee staff regarding future legislation to protect America from cyber threat abroad. And I just beg the gentleman and my colleagues across the aisle to consider the simple fact that none of us know what technologies will develop over the course of the coming years as we spend billions of dollars of American treasure to upgrade and change the fleet, the federal fleet to electrified vehicles. Perhaps that's a debate for another format, but my amendment protects this fleet from potential future technologies that we are not aware of at this moment, none of us, that could potentially injure this fleet or with the push of a button in China, disable the fleet. I'm just saying that that software components in these vehicles should not be made in China or Russia. That's all. So I respect the gentleman's opinion and I appreciate his tone, but I do ask for support for my amendment and I yield.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Keller, is now recognized for 5 minutes. Mr. Keller?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to support the gentleman from Louisiana and his amendment. I think he made the point I was going to make. I had lowered my hand. But currently now, our vehicles, whether they're electric or not, have computer chips in them. They're run by computers. And if we're going to rely on computer chips that can be manipulated, something can be turned on or turned off on them to disable vehicles, I certainly think that this gentleman's amendment is spot on right now, because we certainly wouldn't want to have something embedded in a vehicle that our government buys that could be turned off by our adversaries and really disrupt. We just heard about how important it is for our Postal Service to be able to deliver things to people, medicine and all those other kind of things. And to have computer chips that would have been manufactured by China or Russia certainly is a problem, because they could harm Americans if they were to activate or deactivate anything in those to cause our vehicles not to run. So I think the amendment is spot on, and I think we should all support it. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. Who else seeks recognition? I recognize myself for 5 minutes. I appreciate very much the gentleman's amendment, particularly because cybersecurity is a top concern of this country, of our nation, as we've all discussed at length. However, this amendment is duplicative. It is duplicating long-standing efforts to safeguard our supply chain. For example, in 2018, the Department of Defense launched a do not buy list to root out vendors whose software codes originated from China and Russia. I would also like to draw the gentleman's attention to a set of supply chain requirements established in 2019 in the NDAA, commonly known as Section 889, which impose strict limitations on the use of Chinese telecommunication products and services in federal procurement. New rules have built on these restrictions, and it would be ill-advised to advance an amendment that is not strategically aligned with the multiple lines of effort across the federal government already hard at work on this goal. These lines of effort include the DoD, as previously mentioned, as well as the Federal Acquisition Security Council and the administration's recent Cyber Executive Order, which lays out detailed plans to update federal acquisition rules and software bills of materials. This amendment takes blunt approach to this highly complex problem and threatens to impede the important work we already have underway. I appreciate the gentleman's work. I appreciate his amendment, but I urge my colleagues to oppose this amendment for the reasons I so stated, and I yield back. Who else seeks recognition? Does the gentleman from Georgia wish to withdraw his point of order?
Madam Chair, I won't insist on a ruling on that point of order.
Okay, the gentleman withdraws his point of order. The question now occurs on the gentleman's amendment offered by the gentleman from Louisiana. All those in favor say aye.
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 All those opposed say no.
No.
In the opinion of the chairs, the noes have it, and the amendment is not adopted. Is there further discussion? Who seeks recognition?
Madam Chair, I do.
Mr. Keller? For what purpose does the gentleman seek recognition?
I have an amendment.
The clerk will report the gentleman's amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to the committee print offered by Mr. Keller of Pennsylvania.
Okay, without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with. The gentleman is recognized to explain his amendment. Mr. Keller.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This amendment would study the impact on how the United States Postal Service fleet electrification transition would affect our domestic energy production and our environment. A study conducted by the Manhattan Institute showed this transition would increase air pollution when compared to new internal combustion engines. Why is Congress in such a rush to implement this transition that may cost us tremendously and could negatively impact our environment? Additionally, my amendment would require a study on how this transition would affect those charging stations industry, in the charging station industry. They use stations and how they're going to be used. Will these charging stations be made available to the public? Will there be a fee assigned to the usage of the equipment? Lastly, how does the federal government plan on maintaining and modernizing this equipment? Congress should fully understand the economic, environmental consequences this electrification process before appropriating billions of dollars to this project. And here again, I would make the thing. I've heard about all the benefits and why we should be doing this. If we really want to convince the American people that this is the way to go, and we're so sure it is, I think everybody would welcome the study to prove out what everybody's saying. And I think that would go a long way as the representatives of the people of the United States of America to say, hey, look, we've done the study and this is what we should do. It would help us follow the science. So I think it would be a big win for all of us in Congress to show the American people that we're willing to have a transparent process, look at the science of it. And if everybody's so confident that this is going to be that beneficial, then we could all get behind it and support it. So with that, I think that having the study is a benefit to the American people. And I would urge that my colleagues support the common sense approach, and I yield back.
I recognize, gentleman yields back, and I recognize myself for 5 minutes. I appreciate the gentleman's amendment, but I must oppose it on the grounds that it unnecessarily restricts the inspectors general of the USPS and the GSA in their important work to conduct oversight of the electrification of the federal fleet. The amendment would require an extensive study on the merits of electrification, which has already been thoroughly reviewed and examined many times. For example, in a recent study from Consumer Reports found that the total cost of owning an electric vehicle is roughly $6,000 to $10,000 less than a traditional internal combustion engine vehicle. Another study suggests that electrification of the USPS fleet could save taxpayers $2.9 billion by 2025 and $4.6 billion by 2030. Such studies have led us to where we are today with a clear mandate that we must move forward with electrification of our fleet or risk being left behind in the global race to a more modern, efficient, and sustainable future. The evidence is clear Electric vehicles are a good investment, not only for the climate, but also for our nation's financial health. We also consulted with the IGs of the Postal Service and GSA, and the amount included in this bill is the amount they told us they need to ensure responsible oversight of the electrification process. Diverting these funds to conduct a wasteful study that has already been done, this is a duplicative process or study they're requiring, would be an irresponsible use of taxpayers' dollars. So I cannot in good conscience support this amendment. Therefore, I respectfully urge my colleagues to oppose this amendment. And Mr. Comer from Kentucky, you are now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I strongly support this amendment. The cost of this Green New Deal pet project is much higher than the $7.4 billion, and the American people deserve to know what it will really cost. On postal vehicles specifically, Congress has required the Postal Service to be self-funded since 1971. And if Democrats want the money for electric postal trucks, they should aim to make the Postal Service profitable again. That would be a good first step. I urge my colleagues to support the Keller amendment, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields back, and the gentleman from Massachusetts, Mr. Lynch, is now recognized. Mr. Lynch.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to point out, the gentleman from Pennsylvania raises a very thoughtful amendment. However, if you look at the private sector and every single major auto manufacturer in the country is already going towards electric vehicles for the general population. And as Mr. Keller knows full well, Pennsylvania is actually trying to take the lead on this. They're offering incentives to the citizens of Pennsylvania if they buy an electric vehicle instead of buying a fossil fuel, gasoline or diesel vehicle. So I think it's not necessarily, it's a good amendment. It's just not timely. A lot of this analysis has been done through individual states. I think the public is voting with their feet. You see a huge increase in the purchase of these electric vehicles, even at a time when the charging infrastructure is really de minimis right now around the country. So I think one of the great things about this electrification of the United States Postal Service is it'll put charging stations in every community in America where the Postal Service has a post office, and that only adds to the public-facing aspect of electrification of vehicles in general. So I think there'll be a huge benefit, obviously, in environmental terms, but also in terms of providing an additional service and a utility, in fact, to the American people, the American public, and to the private sector. I think there'll be enormous benefits as well. So I appreciate the spirit in which the gentleman offered his amendment. I just think that it's the timing of it is a couple of decades too late. And I think that electric vehicles have proven themselves, and we should march forward into the future. Thank you. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Clyde, is now recognized for 5 minutes. Mr. Clyde.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. And I would speak in support of this amendment. One of the things that my colleague from Pennsylvania said, Mr. Lynch, was that, and I totally agree with that, in the fact that the government is providing subsidies. So if it would, then why is the government providing subsidies behavior toward a certain end goal that the government desires, not necessarily what the private sector desires? So I would say that if you took the government subsidies away, then you would truly see if this was a good idea or wasn't a good idea. So I think that needs to be studied in the absence of government subsidies. So I would support this amendment, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The question now occurs on the amendment offered by the gentleman. All those in favor say aye.
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 All those opposed say no. No. In the opinion of chair, the noes have it and the amendment is not adopted.
Could I request a recorded vote?
A recorded vote has been requested. A recorded vote is so ordered and pursuant to clause 2 of Rule 11 and Committee Rule 5B, proceedings on this amendment are postponed. Who seeks recognition?
Madam Chair, I have an amendment at the desk.
Mr. Grothman, you have an amendment. Will the clerk report the amendment, please?
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to the committee print offered by Mr. Grothman.
Right, I'd like to bring attention to the $4 million going to OM.
Okay, first of all, without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with. The gentleman is recognized to explain his amendment.
Thank you much. The amendment does deal with striking the $4 million going to OMB for the Justice 40 initiative. A few points I want to make. First of all, this is more money for bureaucracy. Assuming that we're not spending enough money on some segments of the population, this money is not going for education or medical care or job training. It's going to more bureaucrats, which by itself is a problem. Secondly, it just spends more money at a time that we are broke. I will point out we already spend significant sums of money based on people's income levels, be it nutrition, housing, daycare, education, outright cash programs. You cannot say that our society is not trying to, if money could solve the problem, we are certainly sending money to these areas. And it's not just the individuals we're sending money to. On a state level, Wisconsin, I assume, is fairly typical. We again and again push money at the big urban areas. In Milwaukee, that's Wisconsin. So much money that actually we are spending well more money per capita on our schools and well more money per capita on municipal services than most other areas. And the federal government does the same thing through Title I, that sort of thing. The program, to a certain extent, looks at race. This continues down the policy that President Biden has of trying to divide people, or say when we dole things out, it should be race-based. I think that is not a step in the right direction. As a practical matter, when you begin to send things to individual census tracts or treat one census tract different than the other census tract, what I've seen, it caused developers to look for the so-called nice areas in a census tract, and kind of just distorts the free market in that area. Another problem along those lines. Part of the, or a lot of the Justice 40 initiative is supposed to deal with the supposed pollution problem we have in this country. I want to rattle off some numbers. Between 1980 and 2020, we have 81% less carbon monoxide, 98%. I'm sorry, 98% less lead, 67% less nitrogen dioxide, 33% less ozone, 94% less sulfur dioxide. We are so much cleaner than we were 40 years ago. Meanwhile, insofar as we have a pollution problem in this world, you look like at countries like India, countries like China, countries like Bangladesh. That's where you have big pollution problems. And insofar as we do more to make it difficult to deal with these areas, we are just sending jobs to these other countries overseas that don't have the strong standards that we do. And we're only getting better around here, right? Every time a new power plant is built, every time a new car is purchased, we're cleaner than we were before under current law. So in any event, I feel the $4 million is unnecessary. I'm not in favor of the Justice 40 initiative and would appreciate it if everybody would vote for the bill. Before I forget, I will say that you can just take a roll call on that. I'm not going to ask for a separate roll call because we had a not quite the same bill, but not quite the same amendment, but a similar amendment about 6 amendments ago.
Okay, I recognize myself for 5 minutes. Let me strongly reiterate what I said earlier. Anyone who claims that the Justice 40 initiative is unworkable or unnecessary is out of touch with the communities across the country that have suffered generations of environmental racism. Our neighbors and constituents are losing their lives, literally. Our communities are being poisoned. Americans are being left behind. All this tragedy due to our failure to address pollution and our nation's history of concentrating those harms in low-income communities where those with the power don't have to experience it every day. If you don't believe me, I urge you to come to my own district and see the smokestacks concentrated in my district, which has caused the whole area to be called Asthma Alley. We heard testimony from mothers who said they moved to the neighborhood, the air was clean. Now their children, grandchildren, great-grandchildren need breathalators to breathe in that particular neighborhood. I urge you to visit the districts of my colleagues, Congresswoman Tlaib, Congresswoman Bush, Congresswoman Ocasio-Cortez. As I said earlier, climate change and pollution kill hundreds of thousands of Americans and cost the US economy an estimated $700 billion each year. And we can take steps to save these lives and prevent this pollution. We need the political will. These staggering costs are concentrated in low-income, frontline communities that are overburdened by pollution, but underserved by both government and the private sector. In fact, people of color in the US are over 3 times more likely to breathe the most polluted air. This crisis is the result of generations of poor policy choices, but making better choices now can help to a better future. The success of Justice 40 depends on a coordinated effort across the federal government, which is why we've included the funding that OMB needs to cover its implementation responsibilities. We can fix this. We can strengthen the American economy with a strong approach to environmental justice that fights the climate crisis, creates jobs, and advances racial and economic equity. And most importantly, save lives. That's what the Build Back Better agenda is all about, and we intend to deliver on it. I respectfully urge my colleagues to join me in opposing this amendment and supporting the Biden administration's Justice 40 initiative implementation. I yield back. Who else seeks recognition? Mr. Comer is now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I strongly support Mr. Groveman's amendment, this great common sense amendment. We could pass this amendment today and save the taxpayers of America $4 million. That would be a positive story coming out of Congress for once. The Justice 40 initiative is the Democrats' environmental branch of their radical socialist agenda and only serves to separate and divide this country. It will put certain people out of work without replacement jobs, and it's impractical. This kind of pie in the sky policy without demonstrated benefit does not deserve 1 penny of Americans' hard-earned taxpayer dollars. I urge my colleagues to vote yes and strike the funding for the Justice 40 initiative, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The question now occurs on the amendment offered by the gentleman. All those in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. No.
No. No.
The noes have it, and the amendment is not adopted. Who
Madam
else
Chairman, I
seeks
have an amendment
recognition?
at the desk.
Okay, who seeks recognition? Mr. Sessions. The clerk will report Mr. Sessions' amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to the committee print offered by Mr. Sessions of Texas.
Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with. The gentleman from Texas is recognized to explain his amendment.
Madam Chairman, thank you. And I want to, as has been expressed by members of this committee, including our great young leader, Mr. Comer, we greatly acknowledge and are sorry for the storms that are headed not only in the Northeast, but across this country. I saw Chairman Greg Meeks on today as he was talking about this, and the people of my congressional district, and I could say across Texas, offer their prayers of support and knowledge that you're working through something difficult. And for all the people in the Northeast, we want to express our sympathy for you, Madam Chairman. Madam Chairman, today, this amendment is really quite simple. It strikes the section of the text providing $10 million to the District of Columbia for electric vehicles. Washington, D.C. has a surplus budget of more than $500 million at this time. Specifically in 2020, according to multiple reports, news reports, Washington, D.C. was reporting $526 million in surplus. That's more than the entire budget of really congressional districts, many of them across this country. If the elected representatives of Washington, D.C. think the city's government needs electric vehicles, they should use their local tax dollars that they already have to acquire these vehicles. They would know best about what that impact will be, as we have spoken all day about the use of electricity that will draw down the electricity that is available for hospitals and homes and businesses within Washington, D.C. if they're not careful. We, meaning the federal taxpayers and across the country, have already provided many funds to the district, and they should be making this determination. I believe that this will cause a severe impact on the electric generation and use of that by Washington, D.C. And rather than viewing it as a gift, they should have to debate the worthiness of what will happen when these vehicles begin drawing down electricity that was not designed, nor were these power plants designed to take the place of what would be trillions of gallons of gasoline in energy. This will cause a significant impact on the electric generation in Washington, D.C. for those purposes. And so with those 2 points in mind, I would ask that we not give the Washington, D.C. this money for $10 million for them to buy vehicles when they could spend their own money. But Madam Chairman, mostly because they better be responsible for what they're getting ready to do to their constituents when all of a sudden their electrical grid system goes on the blink. And so I think under the terms that we have heard lots of times, we'd like for them to be responsible for their own actions. And I thank you for hearing my amendment, Madam Chairman.
The gentleman yields back. Who else seeks recognition?
Madam Chair, I seek recognition. This is
the gentlewoman from the District of Columbia, Ms. Norton, is now recognized for 5 minutes.
Madam Chair, I strongly oppose this amendment. I thank you, Chairwoman Maloney, for including $10 million in the committee print for the District of Columbia to purchase electric vehicles and related infrastructure. The DC provision mirrors the provision in the committee print for greening the federal vehicle fleet. The transportation sector is the largest source of greenhouse emissions nationally and the second largest source in the District of Columbia. DC's goal is to cut greenhouse gas emissions by 50% by 2032 and to be carbon neutral by 2050. To achieve these goals, DC needs more electric vehicles and related infrastructure. DC has thousands of cars and trucks in its fleet ranging from school buses to fire engines to garbage trucks, including 1,200 light-duty gas-powered vehicles. DC has been working to green its fleet and has won awards for its fleet greening efforts. Currently, the district has 168 electric or plug-in hybrids in its fleet. The $10 million would allow DC to replace at least 200 gas-powered vehicles with electric vehicles. There is nothing unusual about Congress appropriating funding directly to the District of Columbia. Each year, Congress appropriates funding directly to DC for matters ranging from elementary, secondary, and higher education to public health and water infrastructure. Congress often uses its power over DC to impose policies on DC that DC does not support. DC supports this $10 million, and I urge a no vote on the amendment.
The gentlelady yields back. Who else seeks recognition? Mr. Comer, you are now recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I strongly support Mr. Sessions' amendment. Another great amendment to save money. I commend the Republicans for trying to actually save taxpayer dollars today. The District of Columbia does not need electric vehicles, but I'll tell you what the District of Columbia does need. They need a mayor who can do something about the surging crime rates and all the homelessness that's just running rampant through the city. This is a perfect example of why DC does not need to become a state, by the way, Madam Chair. DC complains about it so unfairly treated under the constitutional system designed by our founding fathers, but it never fails to attempt to jump the line in the halls of Congress to get special treatment from the federal government. The District of Columbia government has a budget surplus, as Mr. Sessions mentioned. If the DC council or the mayor want to go buy electric vehicles, they should do so with local funds, not taxpayer dollars from across the country. I urge my colleagues to vote yes on this amendment, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. Who else seeks recognition? I recognize myself for 5 minutes. This amendment would strike all funding to allow the District of Columbia to purchase more than 200 electric vehicles. Electrifying federal and DC fleets is a critical investment we cannot afford not to make. Our climate is facing unprecedented changes that are destroying lives. Every year, the weather becomes more and more extreme and more lives are lost in the devastating weather events that we just experienced last night in New York and New Jersey and Louisiana. Reducing our reliance on fossil fuels will help reduce the impact humans are having on climate change. As we discussed at length today, beyond the proven environmental benefits, electric vehicles yield economic benefits in the long run. The evidence is clear. Electric vehicles are a good investment, not only for the climate, but also for our nation's financial future. Maximizing the amount of electrified vehicles on the road is a priority. I urge my colleagues to oppose this amendment, and I yield back. Who else seeks recognition? Mr. Raskin, you are now recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to say a word also on behalf of treating the people of DC as worthy of this investment, which of course they are. And this investment is an investment in everybody, because we need to move to an electric fleet in order to reduce the calamitous consequences of the carbon emissions that are wrecking our climate system, with unprecedented forest fires in the West, unprecedented drought in the Midwest, incredible flooding on the East Coast, a climate system that has been completely destabilized. And we've got to get serious about this, and again, remove it from the realm of just partisan football. I assume Congresswoman Norton is showing her general good manners, but I think that we should be outraged on her part that anyone would use this as an opportunity to take a shot at the people of Washington, D.C., who are asking for nothing more than what the people of the rest of the country have, which is statehood, political equality, and the ability to govern themselves and to be represented on an equal basis in the U.S. Senate and in the U.S. House. So if their budget goes down, I hear some of my colleagues say they don't deserve statehood because they can't manage it. If their budget goes up and they've got a big surplus because they're well managed, then they say, well, let's not treat them equally and make federal investments in the people of DC. Stop treating them like strangers to American democracy. That's 713,000 tax-paying, draftable American citizens, many thousands of them we've seen in this committee through testimony, have served the country in every war that America's ever had, going back to the American Revolution. And I think any of us, I know I certainly would take umbrage if people disrespected my constituents in that way. So I think that we should absolutely reject this amendment, and we should expect that all Americans will be treated fairly. I also want to take the opportunity, Madam Chair, just to defend myself for a moment. I think a couple of my colleagues invoked the role that I had in the not botched, but successful, the most successful bipartisan impeachment of a president of the United States in American history. There have been 4 presidential impeachments, one of Andrew Johnson, for alleged violation of the Tenure in Office Act, one of Bill Clinton for lying about sex, the first one of Donald Trump for the Ukraine shakedown and trying to get President Zelensky, who was in town yesterday, to falsely claim that Joe Biden was under criminal investigation in Ukraine. And the final one, and the most bipartisan impeachment, was of Donald Trump for inciting a violent insurrection against the Congress of the United States and against Vice President Pence, whose name was chanted repeatedly by hundreds or thousands of people saying, "Hang Mike Pence, hang Mike Pence." And we demonstrated overwhelmingly and conclusively that Donald Trump incited that violent insurrection with his calls to stop the steal and go and fight like hell or you won't have a country anymore, and so on. And I defend myself in some detail, Madam Chair, just because I've noticed that over the last few days, the terrorist insurrectionists, and here I'm using the terminology of the police officers who fought them for 5 or 6 hours, and these officers, more than 140 of them, ended up wounded and injured, including loss of fingers, eyes gouged, traumatic brain injury, and so on. The terrorist insurrectionists who attacked us have been praising the Taliban. The very people who some of our colleagues are saying should come back to Washington and who are claiming are political prisoners are out there celebrating the victory of the Taliban. And of course, it makes sense because they are equally opposed to women's reproductive freedom. They are equally opposed to gay rights, and they view this as some kind of great victory against the United States government, the same people who attacked us on January 6th. So I am very proud of the role I got to play in the impeachment of the first American president to incite a violent insurrection against his own government. And I'm also very proud to stand up against religious fanaticism and terrorism all over the world, whether it's in Afghanistan or whether it comes to our own doorstep. I yield back to you, Madam Chair.
It's back. Who else seeks recognition? Mr. Keller, you are now recognized. Mr. Keller.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I thank you for recognizing me. And I've been listening to the debate over this amendment, and I just think that when I looked at the bill, I didn't see that we were buying electric vehicles for any other state or any other city in the country. So I think this, we talk about equity and we talk about all those other things on the other side of the aisle. I would just think that Washington, D.C. should be treated just like any other political subdivision. any other state. We're not buying electric vehicles for Philadelphia. We're not buying them for Pittsburgh. We're not buying them for Sunbury, Pennsylvania, or Williamsport, where my constituents are. I don't think we should be buying them for any one city. So I would make that point, and I yield back. Thanks.
The gentleman yields back. Who else seeks recognition? The gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Biggs, is now recognized for 5 minutes. Mr. Biggs.
Move to strike the last word.
Okay, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. No, I hesitate here because I don't want to take the bait of my colleague from Maryland, but he raised so many issues that I think are so wrong, obviously. I remember not too long ago having a committee hearing, I thought he might have been there, where the director of the FBI came in. And I've been critical of the director of the FBI from time to time, but he was asked a couple of pointed questions. Number one, was this an insurrection? And he said, no, this was not what I don't want to say, because I can't give you the quote, I'm going to paraphrase. He said, I have to use legal terms, and this does not qualify as an insurrection. When he talked about the people who were there on January 6th, he said there were three types of people there. There was the biggest, by far the biggest crowd, were peaceful but rowdy. The second group were people who had technical violations. They entered places they shouldn't have been, and that was a much smaller group. And many of them have been arrested for technical violations, trespass, etc. And then the third thing would be you actually had a small group of people that were violent and rioting, and ultimately many of them have been arrested. So, and then nobody on our side of the aisle has ever said they shouldn't have been, that they should have been there. That indeed, if you were violent, etc., and you're violating the laws, you have to suffer the consequences of violating those laws. That's what we have said. The FBI recently put out a report saying, apparently, that they didn't find collusion or a big insurrection, an organized insurrection, the way that my colleague has just characterized it. I will let him go on because he's part of the group of my colleagues across the aisle who, even after the Mueller report came out, still insist on some kind of Russian hoax, and that's a problem. But back to the Sessions amendment, I think Mr. Keller made the wise point. If you're going to claim that this is all to be done in equity, then you would be wanting to spend money on every community in the country to provide them with electric vehicles. And of course, somebody at least, and it'd be me and others, I would hope, would say, we simply can't afford that, nor can we afford this. And Madam Chair, I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. Who else seeks recognition? The question now occurs on the amendment offered by the gentleman. All those in favor say aye.
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 All those opposed
Aye.
say no. No.
No.
In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not adopted.
Madam Chairman, I'd ask for a recorded vote.
A recorded vote has been requested. A recorded vote is so ordered and pursuant to Clause 2 of Rules 11, Committee Rule 5B. Proceedings on the amendment are postponed. Okay, who now seeks recognition?
Madam Chair, this is Higgins. I seek recognition.
Okay, the gentleman, Mr. Higgins, seeks recognition. Do you have an amendment?
I have an amendment at the desk, ma'am.
Okay, the clerk will report the amendment, please.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to the committee print offered by Mr. Higgins of Louisiana.
Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with. The gentleman is recognized to explain his amendments. Mr. Higgins.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My amendment shifts our focus to veteran services through the National Archives and Records Administration, NARA, especially those veterans who are suffering in areas affected by natural disaster. Currently, the VA has established criteria to help prioritize veteran claims such as extreme financial hardship, homelessness, terminal illness, displacement, loss of records, et cetera. And ensuring those veterans who have risked their lives for our nation receive the records and support that they need to make their claims is very important. And while veterans are the model of resiliency, my brother and sister veterans are generally quite disciplined in maintaining their own house in order, which would include their records. Their strong fortitude and discipline can only go so far when they've lost their house and belongings. And unfortunately, America has watched the destruction of this hurricane season, which has brought widespread damage and to the citizens of Louisiana. We're no stranger to this. Last year, Southwest Louisiana, my own district, faced back-to-back destructive hurricanes. Scores of thousands of citizens, both rural and urban, have been left to pick up the pieces as we wait for the executive branch to grant the state's supplemental disaster request. My governor has requested that. We've supported it in every way, and yet it has not moved through the executive branch, which is a procedure to make the formal request to the House and brought to the floor to support those citizens in need, including our veterans. So I'm introducing this amendment to help those in dire straits. As a compassionate patriot, a lover of my nation, a veteran myself, I ask that some monies be shifted to NARA so that records can be provided in a very expeditious manner to veterans who have suffered the loss of all their belongings, including their records, which are required to process their claims. They have to get these records replaced. I ask that monies be shifted to NARA, whereby these veterans' claims can be processed quickly, and the records that they need can be restored by NARA. And Madam Chair, as a note, I am prepared to speak on any claims from my colleagues respectfully across the aisle who may question the germane nature of my amendment. I'm prepared to speak on that, and I respectfully yield.
Okay, who else seeks recognition?
Madam Chair.
Representative Kelly is now recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to yield my 5 minutes to Congressman Raskin.
Okay, Congressman Raskin, you are now recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Representative Kelly. Well, I'm just hearing about the gentleman from Louisiana's amendment right now, and I'd be interested to hear someone from the majority side respond to what he had to say. It's an interesting amendment, but I did want to correct some of the misinformation and disinformation that we just got in the last round from Representative Biggs. First of all, he said that the FBI put out a report that that didn't find collusion or insurrection on January 6th. And I assume the congressman knows that he's mistaken about that, unless there's an FBI report I'm not aware of. And I'd be happy to yield if he could refer us to the FBI report he's referring to. Mr. Biggs, are you aware of an actual FBI report, or was that just something that popped in your head?
Are you still yielding to me?
Yeah.
I always appreciate, thanks for yielding to me. I appreciate always your condescension, alluding that, making the allegation effectively that I just popped this into my head, that as if I'm.
You said there was an FBI report.
So I'm referring to the report that's been widely discussed and that's been out there, including.
What report is that? What date was that released by the FBI?
It is. I have not seen that actual report yet, but I will tell you this.
Okay. Well,
it has
then
been
I will tell
reported.
you.
It is. I thought you were yielding to me. I thought you wanted me.
My time, Madam Chair.
Oh, you didn't want me to answer the question. I see.
Well,
Okay, go ahead. Press on. Go ahead. No, go ahead.
I yield you the time. What is the date of the report? What is the date that the report was released? You answered and you said you had no idea. Is that right?
Mr. Raskin, I have not seen that report yet.
Okay, you said that.
But what has been reported? What has been reported? And including in a piece in the Hill yesterday, just yesterday.
Okay,
I'll
piece-
reclaim
a
my time,
piece-
Madam Chair. I'll reclaim my time, Madam Chair. This is precisely the kind of propaganda that I wanted to correct.
Well,
The gentleman said that the FBI put out a report that said there was no collusion and no insurrection. That is 1,000% false. The FBI never put out such a report. And if there's some rumor or propaganda operation afoot, the gentleman is obviously aware of that, but there is no report that's been released to that effect by the FBI. That's number one. Number two, the gentleman says that there certainly was violence and there were, I think he said, people arrested. Yes, there were more than 600 people arrested. This is the most massive dragnet in US history because it's the most massive crime of political violence ever unleashed against the United States Congress and the Vice President of the United States, who was being threatened with assassination, and the Speaker of the House of Representatives. The leading people in the line of succession were all threatened with death on that day. And as the gentleman, I think, may have seen the photographs, there was a gallows set up outside the Capitol by the terrorist insurrectionists who came and chanted, "We want Trump, hang Mike Pence," and so on. Now, was there an insurrection? Well, we have robust bipartisan majority votes in both the House and the Senate, determining as a matter of legislative and constitutional fact that there was a violent insurrection incited by the President of the United States. So I don't know what quotation from the FBI director he's referring to, but the FBI
Would the
director,
gentleman yield?
yes, by all
Would the
means, to my
gentleman-
friend Lewis. Yes, by all means.
I thank my colleague for yielding. Just as an observer to my colleagues on both sides who are discussing and debating from their heart during the debate of my amendment, may I just say that I believe my colleague, respected colleague, Representative Biggs, is referring to the media reports, were very wide earlier this month, August 20th, from Reuters, exclusive. FBI finds scant evidence U.S. Capitol attack was coordinated. Now, obviously, an insurrection by historical definition
All right,
would,
I'm running out
would
of time.
preclude coordination.
Mr. Higgins,
I
I'd love
believe
to
that's what
pursue
he's
this.
referring to. I was just
Okay.
trying to clarify that's what I believe
Yeah,
my
but
colleague was referring.
that
Don't
simply
mean to speak
clarifies
for
that
him. I
there's no
yield back.
report. Yeah, I appreciate that, Mr. Higgins, and I want to talk some more about your amendment, but there was no such FBI report. That was obviously a calculated political leak, but not even a leak. It was just disinformation that was put out there, which then got repeated by Mr. Biggs as some kind of report by the FBI. That's how propaganda and disinformation work. That's how fake news gets started. And we don't want to be part of that process. We want to put an end to that process because that underlying report from Reuters from some anonymous claimed FBI person is based on nothing. It's a lie. It's absolute propaganda. And I thought that Representative Biggs was someone who suspected anonymous leaks coming from alleged government sources like that. But we are in the process of having a real investigation into this massive violent insurrectionary attack on our government. That's going on right now. But was it an insurrection? Just listen to the House of Representatives and the Senate. 10 Republicans, including the former chair of the House Republican Conference, agreed it was incitement of violent insurrection. 7 Republicans in the US Senate agreed in the most bipartisan presidential impeachment vote in the history of the United States. So I yield back to you, Madam Chair.
The gentleman yields back. Who else seeks recognition? Mr. Biggs, you are now recognized.
Thanks, Madam Chair. And this is unfortunate. This has devolved to this tit for tat. And this started when Mr. Raskin called me out by name 6 times in his first comments regarding any bill today. So I find it really interesting. I will first say that I support Mr. Higgins' bill. I think he's exactly right on the money. And then I will ask that without objection that an article from the Washington Examiner dated August 20, 2021, entitled FBI confirms there was no insurrection on January 6th, that be admitted into the record. So
without objection.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So one of the things that they point out, and I would assume that a constitutional professor would understand, it goes exactly with what my good friend from Louisiana just talked about, is that an insurrection itself is an organized attempt by a group of people to defeat their government, take control of the country, usually by violence. By that definition, was there insurrection? I don't believe so. I don't think so. For instance, the Reuters reports, and I think it's hilarious actually that my colleague from Maryland is saying, "Oh, good grief! That was apparently a leaked report."
Absolutely understand that, but I guess.
Excuse me, is someone not on mute that's talking over me? Madam Chair? Yeah, anyway, is that I think it's hilarious that the gentleman from Maryland talks about, oh man, it looks like it was an unnamed source. Reuters reports that the FBI has found scant evidence that the January 6th attack on the US Capitol was the result of an organized plot to overturn the presidential election result, according to 4 current and former law enforcement officials. So I mean, as you read through the article, you'll see that the FBI has done a report. In Judiciary Committee, Director Wray confirmed that they had investigated and reached certain conclusions. And the befuddled look on my colleague's face, I guess he wasn't there. I'm sorry you weren't there. I thought you were there.
Will the gentleman yield?
When Director Wray talked about insurrection and that he would not categorize it due to legal terminology, nor would he do anything other than deal with the 3, he described the 3 categories. So I just find it intriguing that we're going to apparently litigate this thing all day long as we discuss amendments instead of dealing with the merits of those amendments. I tend to think that this amendment that Mr. Higgins is offering is a superb amendment. I support that amendment. And the reality is, last time you yielded to me, I started answering the question, and then you took back your time. So no, I'm not going to yield to you. I'm going to just go forward. I've made my case. There's also the Reuters. I will ask Madam Chair that we bring in the Reuters article. I will provide that link to the Madam Chair as well.
Without objection.
Thank you. With that, I'll yield back, Madam Chair.
The gentleman yields back. I recognize myself for 5 minutes, and I applaud the gentleman from Louisiana for his thoughtful amendment and his enthusiasm for providing more funding for the National Archives and his thoughtful participation in this hearing today. And for his amendment to require that they prioritize processing of records for veterans that are suffering from damage caused by natural disasters. He has repeatedly spoken up and feels greatly for our veterans. Democrats on this committee are steadfast in our commitment to this priority, which is why we consulted with the National Archives directly, repeatedly, and have fully funded their request for these purposes in this bill. It's also why we supported Mr. Keller's amendment to add an additional $10 million to the archives. And the archives told the committee that if the agency were to receive additional funding, it would allocate this to hiring additional contractors to process records even faster, including the records of veterans who have been impacted by natural disasters. We can pursue this priority without cutting funding that will direct new resources to our country's most underserved communities, as this amendment attempts to do. We cannot break our promise to these communities, nor should we eliminate all funding for electrification of DC's vehicle fleet, another drastic cut that would be made by this amendment. Fleet electrification is important for human health, for our environment, and for the responsible stewardship of taxpayers' dollars. I urge my colleagues to oppose this amendment, and I yield back. Who else seeks recognition? The question now occurs on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Louisiana.
Madam Chair. Madam Chair.
Mr. Comer?
Yes, I haven't spoken yet on the amendment. I'd strongly support Mr. Higgins' amendment, and I would like to yield the balance of my time to Mr. Biggs.
Thank you, Mr. Comer. I appreciate that. Look, I just want to provide additional clarity here for my colleagues from Maryland who just he thinks he's got a tiger by the tail. I get it. But I just want to go to the Reuters article itself, because I think it's really interesting. They put out also on August 20, 2021. And what I get a kick out of is that allegations have been made about me because you had a blogger make one statement on a social media thing that was inaccurate and untrue. And I denied it probably in every media outlet. And yet I keep hearing it from my Democrat colleagues. So it's bogus. But here is something that's from Reuters. We had something else from Washington Examiner. There's a piece in The Hill recently. So I'll just say this, their caption, their headline is exclusive. FBI finds scant evidence U.S. Capitol attack was coordinated. And as you go through, my colleague who apparently, and I get it, we should always be precise in speaking, but he's talked about over 600 people being arrested. Actually, the number's 570, we get that. And of those, only 40 have been accused of anything remotely dealing with the serious charges of conspiracy. So I get it. We want to be precise, and maybe I wasn't super precise, but I want to be precise now. These two pieces indicate very clearly that the FBI had made findings. The directors testified under oath in judiciary about certain findings that he made. And that's where we sit. 40 of the defendants are alleged to have received crimes alleging that they had somehow planned before the attack. But most of those seem to be from a couple of far-right groups that planned to get in, but they didn't know what to do when they got there. That is the assessment as reported in Reuters. That's the assessment as reported in Washington Examiner. And I think that's a fair, I don't think I did anything. I don't think I made any kind of mischaracterization of what I read in those pieces at all. And so, it's interesting to me that we continue to march down this way. Where my colleague from Maryland and I end up going to be talking back and forth, we probably should take this up on an offline channel so we don't disturb the thoughtful amendments from both sides that go to this bill. But I've made my statement. I stick with it, and I yield back.
The question now occurs on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Louisiana. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed say no.
Aye.
No. In the
No.
opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is
Madam
not
Chair, I
adopted.
request a recorded vote.
Okay, a recorded vote has been requested. A recorded vote is so ordered and pursuant to clause 2 of Rule 11 and Committee Rule 5B. Proceedings on the amendment are postponed. Okay, who seeks recognition?
Madam Chair, I have an amendment at the desk.
Okay, Mr. Cloud, the clerk will report the amendment.
Amendments to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to the committee print offered by Mr. Cloud of Texas.
Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with. The gentleman from Texas is recognized to explain his amendment.
Madam Chair, before I explain the amendment, I'd just like to echo the thoughts of us having a hearing on Afghanistan and the situation that has unfolded there. I appreciate the fact that you're going to have a classified hearing on it in our committee hearing. I would recommend as well us having a non-classified hearing on it as well. Sometimes the classified hearings are just held in a way to keep information from the public. Some of this information is the public is worth of hearing. And so I would recommend and suggest that we also have a hearing that's in an unclassified setting so we can discuss those matters as well. But thank you for this time. Thank you for this hearing. The backlog of record requests submitted by our veterans and their families has been a cause of concern for me and my constituents throughout COVID-19, many of whom are still waiting to have their own requests filled. These records are essential for veterans and their dependents to receive their earned benefits. I'm particularly concerned with the reduced staffing level of the National Personal Records Center and dismayed at the technical limitations of the NPRC, which prevent Congress members from assisting their constituents. I certainly applaud the efforts to finally curtail the backlog of approximately 500,000 records requests, such as onboarding of additional staff and digitizing records. However, as of August 2nd, the NPRC has reduced its on-site staffing to 10% of the workforce, levels not seen since the early months of the COVID-19 pandemic. Given our knowledge of the virus and the effective methods for treating the virus, this is unacceptable. Everyone who can be on site should be on site. And we certainly know precautions we can take in the workplace, as many Americans do every single day. On the NRPC website, it says, and I quote, as of August 2nd, 2021, the NRPC has reduced its on-site staffing to 10% of the workforce. Please refrain from submitting non-emergency requests such as replacement metals, administrative corrections, or records research until we return to pre-COVID staffing levels. And I end quote. I don't know about you, but I find this completely unacceptable. To refrain from submitting requests for such things as replacement metals. We have World War II veterans who don't have much time to waste, not to mention the many veterans who are also dealing with medical situations and the like. So our veterans have to wait until an unknown date, time to receive the replacement metal they sacrificed or to get other care. Our veterans certainly deserve better. So my amendment is simple. It should attract the support of all the members of the committee. It moves $10 million from the ideological goal of spending taxpayer dollars on buying electric vehicles for DC, which I would say electric vehicles at this point, and when we're evaluating needs, is more of a luxury. And for DC, which DC has come before this committee several times, talking about their desire for self-sustainability, and yet we are here sending them money. It puts it towards making sure that staffing levels are increased for the NPRC, so that if a veteran is seeking replacement metal, they don't have to wait until some unknown date in the future. Thank you very much for your time, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. Who else seeks recognition? I recognize myself for 5 minutes. This amendment would strike the $10 million to allow the District of Columbia to purchase electric vehicles and related infrastructure, and instead direct that funding to the National Archives. As we have repeatedly discussed today, this amendment is unnecessary, as we have already adopted an amendment that would increase funding for the National Archives by $10 million from the Republicans, while keeping the funds for the DC electric vehicle fleet intact. We have talked at length today about the critical importance of fleet electrification to human, environmental, and financial health. So I associate myself with all those prior comments and urge my colleagues to oppose this amendment. I yield back. Who else seeks recognition?
Congressman Grothman.
Mr. Grothman, you are now recognized.
Yeah, thank you very much. Just a brief statement. I don't in general like the idea where we give things to some municipalities and not others. In this case, at least the Washington, DC area is the wealthiest by income metro area in the country. So the idea that we have a special program designed solely to benefit the wealthiest metropolitan area in the nation is particularly offensive. But thank you for giving me a brief minute here.
The gentleman yields back. The question now occurs on the amendment offered by the gentleman. All those in favor say aye.
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 All those opposed say no.
No.
In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not adopted. Who else seeks recognition?
I call for a recorded vote.
A recorded vote has been requested. A recorded vote is so ordered. And pursuant to Clause 2 of Rule 11 and Committee Rules 5B, proceedings on the amendment are postponed. Who else seeks recognition?
Madam Chair, I have an amendment at the desk.
Mr. Gosar, you have an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendments to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to the committee print offered by Mr. Gosar of Arizona.
Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with. The gentleman is recognized to explain his amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I hope my volume is up big enough. I'm doing two markups at the same time, so I apologize if there's some background noise.
Okay.
My amendment would condition the release of the electric vehicle program funds on the certification by the administrator of the GSA to this Congress that minerals used in the production of electric vehicles are not produced by slave or child labor. The majority has time and time again referred back to electric vehicles at every turn, neglecting a fundamental requirement for growing this industry: critical minerals. Nickel, cobalt, lithium, copper, and more all make up the essential elements of electric vehicle batteries, motors, and more. Simply put, you cannot have electric vehicles without critical minerals. Yet Democrats in their war on American mining have undermined the mining and processing of these minerals here in America, even though we have abundant reserves, including my state of Arizona. So we must rely on foreign nations for these minerals, countries with serious human rights violations and authoritarian government structures and which lack modern labor laws. It is well documented that, for example, cobalt, which is used in the lithium ion batteries in electric cars, is mined in places like the Democratic Republic of the Congo, which is known for unethical and unsafe labor practices. In fact, a 2019 lawsuit alleges that Congolese children were killed or maimed in the mining of cobalt, and one of the accused companies is Tesla, an electric vehicle maker. By relying on these nations for our minerals, our electric vehicle industry is built on slave labor in China by the Uyghurs and child labor in Congo. Many will stand up here today and applaud the commitment to a cleaner future, completely ignoring the role of slave and human labor in achieving this future because it is not in America, out of sight and out of mind. If the majority wants to make this commitment to electric vehicles, it should be paired with a commitment to ending American supply chain reliance on child and slave labor, which can be done by investing in American mining and production. In previous legislation, this majority has supported ending American businesses with any Chinese company that use slave labor to produce goods, and I'm asking that we take this stance again with this legislation. I have offered this policy with which acknowledges the horrors of reliance on foreign mining and how American mining provides a worthwhile solution. Yet the majority, especially on my other committee, on the House Natural Resources Committee, have turned this down every time. I offer this amendment once again to advance the common sense need to rely on our own mining industry, something that we do better than anywhere else in the world, cleaner than anywhere else in the world, and is American made, American built, American mined, for the purpose of curbing humanitarian abuses, ensuring our own mineral security, and promoting domestic economy. I urge my colleagues to support this amendment. And with that, Madam Chairwoman, I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Maryland is recognized, Mr. Raskin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to correct a few other misstatements of fact that are now have been injected into the public dialogue. First of all, Mr. Biggs purported to correct me when I said that more than 600 people had been arrested on charges related to the Capitol insurrection. He said it was under 600. It's actually 631. And I would like to submit for the record the article in yahoo.com. 631 people have been charged in the Capitol insurrection so far. This searchable table database shows all of them. So you can
without
actually
objection. Without objection.
Okay. Secondly, I believe what we got was an acknowledgement from Mr. Biggs that there was indeed no FBI report. He'd originally said the FBI put out a report saying they didn't find collusion or insurrection. No such report exists. And I just insist upon that because the level of propaganda and disinformation and fake news about January 6th is getting alarming. It's like the prior attempts to deny the existence of climate change or deny the existence of COVID-19. And we have seen where those pernicious myths have gotten us as a society. And so I don't want to allow a single lie to circulate about the violent attack on the United States Congress, which all of us, or at least most of us, witnessed ourselves when we were there. And we cannot allow these lies to circulate. There is no FBI report denying that there was an insurrection. There is no FBI report denying that there was collusion among the different violent elements there. There's no FBI report, anything like that. And I believe Representative Biggs acknowledged that when he said that I thought that I had the tiger by the tail, but I'm not sure. But in any event, that's the reality of the situation. And I'll go back and check the testimony of the FBI director. I believe he said it's not a judgment for him to make whether there was an insurrection. Their job is to prosecute individual crimes. And they've charged more than 600 of them. And they're just beginning in that process. And more crimes are coming to light all of the time. And I can't imagine why any member of Congress would have any interest at all in trying to deny or minimize or diminish the magnitude and the severity and the gravity of those crimes that were mobilized against us, against the Article 1 branch of government. That was an attack on our house. And why would anybody be trying to wish it away or sweep it under the rug or pretend it was something it's not, like a tourist visit? As Officer Hodges responded when I asked him what he thought about some of our colleagues trying to pretend that this was like tourists, he said, well, if that's the case, I can see why American tourists aren't that popular abroad, or something to that effect. That's not how American tourists really behave, okay? Police officers were being hit in the face. They were being smashed, punched, they were being kicked, they were being crushed, they were being tortured, they were being sprayed with bear mace, they were being attacked with Confederate battle flags, Trump flags, American flags. They were being beat up. And I just beseech my colleagues who want to participate in this outrageous Orwellian effort to minimize and diminish what our own officers went through to watch the testimony of the 4 officers who came to the bipartisan January 6th Select Committee, the first hearing there, and to watch the impeachment trial. And you will see it was not a tourist visit. It was not a peaceful serenade. It was not a return of Dr. King's March on Washington. It was not peaceful civil disobedience. It was coordinated criminal violence against Congress. And there was also an attempt to get Vice President Pence to violate his oath of office by rejecting electoral college votes that had come in from Pennsylvania, from Arizona, and from Georgia. And he refused to do it. And for that reason, they began to chant, "Hang Mike Pence, hang Mike Pence." Donald Trump tweeted out attacking him in the middle of the insurrection, when everyone's lives were threatened, when people were literally being trampled, injured, wounded, some were being killed. While all this was going on, he tweeted out again, attacking the Vice President of the United States, Mike Pence, for refusing to violate his oath of office. That's the reality of what took place. And so you can try to whitewash it. You can try to make up fictionalized FBI reports. You can try to pretend it's something it's not. And it's not relevant to any of the stuff we're talking about, but we're not going to allow that kind of propaganda and disinformation to go unanswered. It's too dangerous for our country. I yield back to you, Madam Chair.
The gentleman yields back. Mr. Comer is now recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to speak in support of Mr. Gosar's amendment, but before I do, I have to say that I wish that my friends on the other side of the aisle, the Democrats on this committee, had the same passion for saving American taxpayer dollars and providing oversight on the Biden administration that they have for constantly pursuing their obsession with Donald Trump. Now, having said that, let's get back to Mr. Gosar's amendment. You know, Mr. Gosar is the former chairman of the Western Caucus, and he did a tremendous job. And one of his areas of interest was obviously the environment, minerals. We talked a lot and learned a lot in the Western Conference about rare earth minerals. You know, when you're talking about a bill to electrify the postal fleet, that's going to create a huge demand for batteries that are going to be made from rare earth minerals in China. We should be on a level playing field with China. We complain about China taking so much of our manufacturing. And a lot of that is because of bad Democrat policy, unintended consequences of bad policy. So I think that if we're going to buy minerals mined in China from child labor, but we have increased minimum wage, we have environmental sanitation, we're not on a level playing field. So surely to goodness, this amendment will not only be germane, but surely to goodness, the Democrats on this committee will support this amendment. This is humanitarian. This is putting China on a level playing field with the United States. And this has everything to do with this silly bill to electrify the entire postal fleet. So I strongly support Mr. Gosar's amendment. I commend him for bringing this amendment because he certainly has as much knowledge, if not more, than anyone in Congress on this issue, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields back, and I recognize myself for 5 minutes. I appreciate the gentleman's amendment and fully support the spirit of what he seeks to accomplish. In fact, I authored a bipartisan bill on this very matter, the Business Supply Chain Transparency on Trafficking and Slavery Act. Forced labor and child labor are morally reprehensible, and every company carries the responsibility to ensure that their supply chains are free and fair. However, Section 307 of the Tariff Act already bars U.S. imports of any good that was produced with slave or child labor. If accomplishing this goal were as simple as the amendment suggests, this problem would have been fixed decades ago. Unfortunately, it's far more complicated and certainly not an undertaking that the General Services Administration is best positioned to lead. Options for enhanced or expanded enforcement of Section 307, as well as trade policy tools in cooperation with our global allies, must be thoroughly examined. I should also point out that as it is worded, the amendment would bar the use of all funds within our committee's title of the reconciliation package until GSA certifies that the minerals used in the production of all electric vehicles are not produced by slave labor or child labor. This would indefinitely bar GAO from conducting oversight of the taxpayer dollars allocated by the package, which is unacceptable. I want to thank the gentleman for his amendment and invite him to work with me on solutions that will actually target the problem, like those in President Biden's recent 100-day supply chain review report. I urge my colleagues to oppose this amendment, and I yield back. Who else seeks recognition? Mr. Biggs from Arizona is now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move to strike the last word. And I rise in support of the GOSAR amendment. I think that it's common sense. We don't want to be contributing in any way to enslavement or slave labor, or child labor that's unsafe and exploitative. So, and with that, I get to turn back again to this ongoing discussion I'm having with my friend from Maryland. And what I found interesting again was his choice of words, not mine, his choice of words. He said, when he described the events on the 6th of January, he used the term coordinated. He used the word coordinated, which I thought was intriguing that he would use that term because what was reported in Reuters was that after the long investigation by the FBI, they determined that the events in the Capitol were not, quote, the result of an organized plot to overthrow the presidential election result, close quote. Okay, that's what Reuters is reporting the FBI had determined. They also said the FBI, quote, at this point believes the violence was not centrally coordinated, close quote, which I thought was interesting because that's the word my colleague used over there. And then the Reuters article goes on to say, quote, that the FBI had found, quote, no evidence that President Trump or people directly around him were involved, close quote. So, and then my colleague basically implies that if you take a position where you want to get to the facts, so like me, I'd like to see the 14,000 hours of videotape. I think the American public should get those. I think we should get this all out in the open. That somehow you're a liar, And he said, we're not going to let these lies get out there. And yet the hyperbole and the attacks that we've seen out there from him, and by the way, the number that I quoted, those are reported in Reuters, they're reported in Washington Examiner, and multiple periodicals. And with that, Madam Chair, one of the things I'd like to do is insert into the record a piece from The Hill dated August 25, 2021, has the FBI demolished the Democrats' insurrection narrative about January 6th.
Without objection.
Thank you. Also, the implication was that if you were objecting to electors being certified, that somehow that you were responsible for the violence that occurred in the Capitol on January 6th. The reality is, I don't recall exactly who all objected in 2016. I would, my suggestion is that there were maybe people on this committee even that objected in 2016 to the certification of electors. We know that there were people in 2012, that this went back in the Bush v. Gore race. We saw some of that. The point is, each side of the aisle has objected to electors being certified, and that's really what I was doing on January 6th when I stood up on the floor and made my case as to why I thought the electors from Arizona had been interfered with because of certain federal court rulings. So we're going to go back and forth on this. I appreciate the passion of my colleague across the aisle. I think that he has used hyperbole. I think he has stretched things in a way that he finds partisanly salutarious. For me, I am trying to get to the bottom of things. I am going by what I've seen in the media reports. I'm going by the testimony I heard from the Director Wray in the judiciary hearing. And with that, Madam Chair, I'll yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman, Congressman Jody Heiss, seeks recognition. You are now recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do support Mr. Gosar's amendment. I want to be on record for that. But just in this other conversation, it did arouse questions with me too. The gentleman from Maryland specifically referred to terrorist insurrectionists. Where did that term come from? What evidence is there that those were terrorists? What evidence is there, as he implied, that everyone who was at January 6th was a terrorist insurrectionist? Where is the evidence that he implied that people who are pro-life are terrorist insurrectionists who now support the takeover of the Taliban? And these are words, Mr. Raskin, that deserve an apology. There is zero evidence for you to make such outrageous claims as that. There is zero evidence whatsoever. And you are the one who, looking at us right now, talking about spreading false lies or spreading lies and false information. You yourself have done that, referring to anyone who's pro-life as an insurrectionist, a terrorist, a supporter of the Taliban takeover. I would remind you that it is the Democratic president who knew that the Taliban was going to take over Afghanistan, who just surrendered and waved the white flag of America for the Taliban to take over that country, while at the same time leaving U.S. citizens to suffer and potentially die at the hands of the Taliban. And you somehow blame pro-life individuals as the people who support the Taliban right now. I would look inside your own party. I would look at your own Democratic president and others that he has surrounded himself with who are making these kinds of decisions right now. I find it extremely offensive that you would group others into this type of category. And quite frankly, Madam Chair, I just think this type of rhetoric deserves an apology. It should not be said, this type of outrageous language in a hearing such as this. And I hope we can get away from this type of rhetoric and deal with the real issues that are at hand, rather than throwing bombs at one another when we are at such a critical time in our country and, quite frankly, our entire world. This is not the time to be lumping other people. And what about the 574 other declared riots that took place in this country, which I've not heard a word about in terms of not only distancing, but rejecting and condemning coming from the Democratic side. Look, we've got issues across the board. Let's quit throwing bombs at one another and address real issues. And I know that's not what the markup is about today, but unfortunately it has derailed and taken the turn that it's had. And I just think an apology is in order. That I yield back.
Yields back. The question now occurs on the amendment offered by the gentleman. All those in favor say aye.
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 All those
Aye.
opposed, all those opposed say no.
No.
No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not adopted.
Madam Chairwoman, I ask for a recorded vote.
A recorded vote has been requested. A recorded vote is so ordered and pursuant to Clause 2 of Rule 11 and Committee Rule 5B. Proceedings on the amendment are postponed. Who seeks recognition now?
Madam Chairwoman, I have an amendment at the desk.
Mr. Gosar has an amendment. The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to the committee print offered by Mr. Gosar of Arizona.
Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with. The gentleman is recognized to explain his amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. And I know I'm doing two markups at the same time, so that's why I've got my remarks in front of me. My amendment would cut wasteful and unneeded spending from this bill and redirect it to deal with the Veterans Record backlog at the National Archives and Records Administration. When NARA and NPRC came before this committee for a briefing in June, I had a very productive conversation with the representatives regarding the even greater lack of services being provided to veterans who separated from the service prior to 2002. NPRC has admitted that these veterans do not have digitized records and are therefore represent an even greater burden on both NARA and our veterans. There are over 86,000 veterans living in my district, many of which were separated before 2002. These veterans, who are generally older, are then being deprived of their records at a time in their life when they need access to their VA benefits, an issue even more greatly increased by COVID-19. This issue needs to be resolved, and it needs to be resolved quickly. Therefore, my amendment cuts unnecessary spending in this bill, like that under sections 80007 and 80008, and redirect this money to prioritize the digitization of veterans who separated in 2002 or prior from the military. Section 80007 funds a largely unspecified initiative created by the executive branch, not something Congress has approved through law and authorization. Further, upon reading the text of Section 223 of Executive Order 14008 and its interim implications guidance, I am concerned the majority is trying to overstep the jurisdiction of this committee in this reconciliation process. Justice 40 calls for funding in areas like affordable housing, which sounds like an attempt to further advance the unconstitutional AFFH and workforce development. So while the minority is stuck with amending within the four corners of the bill, the majority is sending money to executives created programs in an attempt to extend its influence on policy outside of our jurisdiction. My amendment would also cut funding under Section 80008. I have serious concerns about forcing an electric vehicle mandate on the federal government, and even greater concerns with the implementation of this policy. If we embark on this policy, fleet replacement should expand in areas where this is not, there is not much infrastructure, like rural operations, rather than another toy car in urban settings. In summary, my amendment will cut two bad provisions in this bill and instead prioritize our veterans who continue to suffer deprivation of benefits and services because of federal government inefficiency. I urge my colleagues to adopt this amendment. And with that, Madam Chairwoman, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. I recognize myself for 5 minutes, and I appreciate the gentleman's enthusiasm for providing funding for the National Archives to digitize veterans' records. As I have stated many times today, Democrats on this committee are firmly committed to this priority, which is why we consulted with the National Archives directly and have fully funded their request for these purposes in the bill. They're already funded. The legislation we're considering today already includes $50 million to enable the National Archives to improve its digitization. Furthermore, the committee already agreed to Mr. Keller's amendment, which would add an additional $10 million. The archives told the committee that if the agency were to receive additional funding over that already provided in this bill, such funds could not be put to use digitizing records. My understanding is that your staff was informed by the National Archives of this limitation. We certainly should not be cutting funding that will direct new resources to our country's most underserved communities for a redundant purpose, which is exactly what your amendment would do. It would eliminate all funding in this bill to implement the President's Justice 40 initiative and to electrify DC's vehicle fleet, which we cannot accept. The evidence is clear. EVs are a good investment, not only for the climate, but also for our nation's financial health. I look forward to working with my colleagues on the other side of the aisle to ensure that this large infusion of support to the National Archives is put to work immediately in service to our veterans. I urge my colleagues to oppose this unnecessary amendment, and I yield back. Who else seeks recognition? The question now occurs on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Arizona. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no.
No.
No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The amendment is not adopted.
Madam Chair, I ask for a recorded vote.
A recorded vote has been requested. A recorded vote is so ordered. And pursuant to clause 2 of Rule 11 and Committee Rule 5B, proceedings on the amendment are postponed. Is there further amendment or discussion?
Madam Chair, Biggs,
Mr. Biggs, you are now recognized.
you have an amendment at the desk.
Okay, the clerk will report the Biggs amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to the committee print offered by Mr. Biggs of Arizona. Page 3, line 19, strike 50 million, 50 billion, and insert 79 billion.
Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with. The gentleman is now recognized to explain his amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for your indulgence today as we've wandered all around the barn and back, I think. But what my amendment would do is ensure the National Archives and Records Administration has the resources to address the veterans records backlog by ensuring that they have additional funding to deal with the current crisis. I realize that we've approved the Keller amendment earlier today, but as you know, many of our veterans are unable to access their benefits because of the backlog at the National Personnel Records Center. And without access to these records, veterans are unable to prove that they are eligible for benefits. In June, when the National Archives and Records Administration briefed this committee on the records backlog, they reported that they had a backlog of over 500,000 requests. And the National Personnel Records Center stated that it would take them over 4 years to end the backlog if they had resumed in-person work on June 6th of this year. Now, these delays are unacceptable and Congress must address them immediately. Congress should not be wasting money on President Biden's absurd promises to spend a massive amount of federal funds on environmental justice. Nor should Congress waste taxpayer dollars on GAO studies on federal funds and their impact on social justice. We should ensure instead that our veterans have access to the care they need and deserve. And I urge my colleagues to support my amendment and ensure that our veterans receive the care that they need. And Madam Chair, I thank you again and I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. I now recognize myself for 5 minutes. Yet again, we are debating an amendment that would eliminate all funding for the Government Accountability Office to conduct oversight of the funds in this package. It's disheartening that my colleagues across the aisle who allegedly stand with us against waste, fraud, and abuse and mismanagement in government operations would want to eliminate oversight of this package. It's also disheartening that my colleagues across the aisle who allegedly stand for the principles of equal opportunity and sound federal accounting to ensure that federal resources are spent fairly would want to eliminate funding for the Office of Management and Budget and to do just that, to eliminate their funding. I share the gentleman's goal of providing robust funding for the National Archives to better serve our veterans, and this bill now surpasses the Archives' original request. Again, should the National Archives need additional funding beyond what we've allocated today, we will promptly address such a request, including a review of their plans to ensure taxpayer dollars are spent responsibly and effectively. I urge my colleagues to oppose this amendment and I yield back. Who else seeks recognition? The question now occurs on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Arizona. All those in favor say aye.
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 Aye. All those opposed say no.
No.
The noes have it and the amendment is not adopted.
Madam Chair, can I have a roll call on that, please?
Mr. Biggs requests a roll call. A recorded vote has been requested. A recorded vote is so ordered and pursuant to Clause 2 of Rule 11 and Committee Rule 5B. Proceedings on the amendment are postponed. Who seeks recognition?
Madam Chair, I have another amendment to desk.
Okay, Mr. Biggs has an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to the committee print offered by Mr. Biggs of Arizona.
Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with. The gentleman is recognized to explain his amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My amendment would drastically rein in the out-of-control spending that my colleagues across the aisle have proposed in this package, but would leave in place necessary funding to support National Archives and Records Administration to address the significant backlog of veterans' records requests. The legislation that the committee is considering today is nothing more than a partisan attempt to advance progressive policies that are in line with the radical Green New Deal. The proposed legislation would spend at least $7.4 billion to electrify the federal and postal fleet. The Postal Service has already told Congress that electrifying the postal fleet alone could cost over $8 billion, and the postal fleet makes up only 1/3 of the total federal fleet. Electrifying the postal fleet may not even lead to a reduction in air pollution. A study by the Manhattan Institute has shown that a wide range of adoption of electric vehicles may actually increase air pollution and environmental costs. The American people should not be footing the bill for Democrats to advance a $7.4 billion progressive policy that may have no effect in reducing air pollution. My amendment will also ensure that funding is appropriated for NARA so that this agency can address the backlog of veterans' requests for the military personnel records they need to establish eligibility and receive the health care benefits that they are entitled to at their VA hospital. Veterans have honorably served our country both at home and abroad. Government bureaucracy must not get in the way of veterans' access. Congress is obligated to be a responsible steward of taxpayer dollars. My amendment satisfies this obligation by drastically slashing funding for progressive Green New Deal policies while leaving in place much needed funding for NARA. To address the backlog for veterans records. Madam Chair, thank you again for holding the hearing, your patience. And with that, I yield back and urging everyone to vote yes for this amendment.
The gentleman yields back. I now recognize myself for 5 minutes. We have heard some comments today questioning the need for this legislation. Let me reiterate that this funding we are voting on today is important and necessary to make strides toward reducing our nation's dependence on fossil fuels and to put the country on a firmer economic footing for the future. This bill will result in the creation of thousands of new jobs, help our economy continue to grow, and reaffirm that the United States is a global leader, making the investments necessary to thrive. And perhaps most importantly, this legislation is essential to the health and safety of the Americans who have sent us here to represent them. As I mentioned earlier, and many times today, an estimated 170,000 Americans die each year due to abnormal temperatures, with as many as 1 in 10 deaths being caused by air pollution from the burning of fossil fuels. Countless more suffer from asthma and other ailments that are made worse by pollution and climate change. We can do better by building back better. I urge my colleagues to oppose this amendment, and I yield back. Who else seeks recognition? Mr. Comer, you are now recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I just want to speak in favor of the Biggs amendment. And I'm real proud of the Republicans on this committee. I mean, the Oversight Committee, our role should be about saving taxpayer dollars. And the Republicans have offered countless amendments like this amendment that we're about to vote on by Mr. Biggs that would save money, cut unnecessary spending, cut waste, fraud, and abuse. And that's what this amendment does. I thank Mr. Biggs and so many other Republicans for offering amendment on behalf of the taxpayers of America, and I urge everyone to support this amendment. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back, and I yield such time as I may be consumed and recognize myself. This committee is actively engaged in oversight to address waste, fraud, and abuse. Many of our investigations have resulted in taxpayers' dollars being saved. The committee has a joint investigation with the Select Subcommittee on the Corona Crisis into Emergent Biosolutions, a firm that received lucrative vaccine contracts but had to destroy millions of those doses due to longstanding deficiency at its manufacturing facility. It's expected this investigation will save millions. Our investigation last Congress into overcharging by defense contractor TransDigm led the company to refund $16 million to the Pentagon. And our bipartisan investigation into the F-35 strike fighter program helped push Lockheed Martin to return $70 million back to the Department of Defense's F-35 program to compensate for defective spare parts. Last July, the Economic and Consumer Policy Subcommittee saved taxpayers more than $400 million after its investigation caused HHS to cancel a bloated contract for ventilators. And after the Select Subcommittee launched an investigation into for-profit nursing homes, one company returned $109 million in funds to the Treasury. This committee also helped create the Pandemic Response Accountability Committee, the Committee of Inspectors General, who are overseeing the trillions of dollars in spending in response to the pandemic. Inspectors General saved $17 for every $1 spent. These are just some of the examples that show the committee's successful work in saving taxpayer dollars. We share your concern. We look forward to bipartisan work together in this area. The question now occurs on the amendment offered by the gentleman. All those in favor say aye.
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 All those opposed say no. No.
No.
In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not adopted.
Madam Chair, I'd request the yeas and nays.
A recorded vote has been requested. A recorded vote is so ordered. And
There will
pursuant to
be, there'll be, I need a list of recorded votes from.
And pursuant to clause 2 of Rule 11 and Committee Rule 5B, the proceedings on this amendment are postponed. There being no further discussion or amendments, we now turn to recorded votes on the pending amendments that have been postponed. In order to coordinate with other committees and give sufficient notice to members, we will recess and take those votes at 3:30. Once those votes are taken, the committee will immediately consider the motions to adopt the amendment in the nature of a substitute as amended, if amended, and then we'll consider the motion to transmit the recommendations of this committee to the Committee on the Budget. The committee now stands in recess until 3:30. Recess. We have consulted with the minority, and without objection, we're going to vote on the following 4 amendments in a single en bloc vote. Clyde, Keller, Sessions, and Higgins, number 2. The question now occurs on the en bloc amendment. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Norton,
Congresswoman Norton votes no.
Ms. Norton votes no. Mr. Lynch,
Mr. Lynch votes no.
Mr. Lynch votes no. Mr. Cooper,
Cooper votes no.
Mr. Cooper votes no. Mr. Connolly, Mr. Connolly,
Mr. Conley, you're muted. Please unmute for the vote.
Mr.
Mr. Conley,
Krishnamurthy,
No.
Okay.
Mr. Krishnamurthy votes no. Mr. Raskin,
No.
Mr. Raskin votes no. Mr. Khanna,
No.
Mr. Khanna votes no. Mr. Mfume,
Mr. Mfume votes no.
Mr. Mfume votes no. Ms. Ocasio-Cortez, Ms. Tlaib,
Talib votes no.
Ms. Tlaib votes no. Ms. Porter,
No.
Ms. Porter votes no. Ms. Bush,
Bush votes no.
Ms. Bush votes no. Mr. Davis,
Davis votes no.
Mr. Davis votes no. Ms. Wasserman Schultz, Mr. Welch,
Wasserman Schultz votes no.
Ms. Wasserman Schultz votes no. Mr. Welch, Mr. Johnson,
No.
Mr. Johnson votes no. Mr. Sarbanes,
Sarbanes votes no.
Mr. Sarbanes votes no. Ms. Spear,
Spear votes no.
Ms. Spear votes no. Ms. Kelly,
Kelly votes no.
Ms. Kelly votes no. Ms. Lawrence,
Lawrence votes no.
Ms. Lawrence votes no. Mr. DeSaulnier,
DeSaulnier votes no.
Mr. DeSaulnier votes no. Mr. Gomez,
Gomez votes no.
Mr. Gomez votes no. Ms. Presley, Mr. Quigley, Mr. Comer,
Comer votes yes.
Mr. Comer votes yes. Mr. Jordan,
This amendment would condition the royalty rates increase.
Mr. Gosar,
Yes.
Mr. Gosar votes yes. Ms. Fox,
Ms. Fox votes yes.
Ms. Fox votes yes. Mr. Heiss,
I says yes.
Mr. Heiss votes yes. Mr. Grossman,
Grothman votes yes.
Mr. Grossman votes yes. Mr. Cloud,
Yes.
Mr. Cloud votes yes. Mr. Gibbs,
Gibbs, yes. Gibbs,
Mr.
yes.
Gibbs vote, Mr. Gibbs votes yes. Mr. Higgins,
Yes.
Mr. Higgins votes yes. Mr. Norman,
Must have a poor connection.
we'll come back around. Mr. Sessions,
Sessions, yes.
Mr. Sessions votes yes. Mr. Keller,
Keller, yes.
Mr. Keller votes yes. Mr. Biggs,
Yes.
Mr. Biggs votes yes. Mr. Clyde,
Yes.
Mr. Clyde votes yes. Miss Mace,
Mace, yes.
Miss Mace votes yes. Mr. Franklin,
Franklin, I. Franklin, I.
Mr. Franklin votes yes. Mr. Laturner,
Yes.
Mr. Laturner votes yes.
How is Representative Presley recorded?
Ms. Presley, you are not recorded.
Presley votes no.
Ms.
How's
Presley,
Mr.
votes-
Quigley? How's Mr. Quigley reported?
Mr. Quigley, you are not recorded.
Mr. Quigley votes no.
This is
Mr.
Mr.
Quigley.
Con,
Mr. Quigley votes no.
this is Mr. Connolly. How is Mr. Connolly recorded?
Mr. Connolly, you are not recorded.
Mr. Connolly votes nay.
Mr. Connolly votes no.
How is Norman recorded?
Mr. Norman, you are not recorded.
I vote yay.
Mr. Norman votes yes.
How is Ocasio-Cortez reported?
Ms. Ocasio-Cortez, you are not recorded.
I vote nay.
Ms. Ocasio-Cortez votes no. Mr. Fallon,
Aye.
Mr. Fallon votes aye. Ms. Harrell,
Ms. Harrell votes yes.
Ms. Harrell votes yes. Mr. Donalds,
Yes.
Mr. Donalds votes yes. Ms. Maloney,
Maloney votes no.
Ms. Maloney votes no.
Is there any member who has not yet voted? Is there any member wishing to change his or her vote? The clerk will report the tally when ready.
On this vote, we have 19 yeas and 24 nays.
The en bloc amendment is not agreed to. The question now occurs on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Cloud. The clerk will call the roll.
No. So that was the en bloc. Now we're doing.
Norton,
Ms. Norton votes no.
Ms. Norton votes no. Mr. Lynch,
Mr. Lynch votes no.
Mr. Lynch votes no.
Thank you.
Mr. Cooper,
Cooper votes no.
Mr. Cooper votes no. Mr. Connolly,
Mr. Connolly votes nay.
Mr. Connolly votes no. Mr. Krishnamurthy,
No.
Mr. Krishnamurthy votes no. Mr. Raskin,
No.
Mr. Raskin votes no. Mr. Khanna,
No.
Mr. Khanna votes no. Mr. Mfume,
Mr. Fume votes no.
Mr. Mfume votes no. Ms. Ocasio-Cortez.
Ocasio-Cortez votes no.
Ocasio-Cortez votes no. Ms. Tlaib.
Tlaib votes no.
Ms. Tlaib votes no. Ms. Porter.
No.
Ms. Porter votes no. Ms. Bush.
Bush votes no.
Ms. Bush votes no. Mr. Davis.
Davis votes no.
Mr. Davis votes no. Ms. Wasserman Schultz.
Muted. Wasserman Schultz votes no.
Ms. Wasserman Schultz votes no. Mr. Welch.
No. Mr. Welch votes no.
Mr. Welch votes no. Mr. Johnson.
No.
Mr. Johnson votes no. Mr. Sarbanes.
Sarbanes votes no.
Mr. Sarbanes votes no. Ms. Spear.
Spear votes no.
Ms. Spear votes no. Ms. Kelly.
No.
Ms. Kelly votes no. Ms. Lawrence.
Lawrence votes no.
Ms. Lawrence votes no. Mr. Desagne.
Desagne votes no.
Desagne votes no. Mr. Gomez.
Gomez votes no.
Mr. Gomez votes no. Ms. Presley.
Presley votes no.
Ms. Presley votes no. Mr. Quigley.
Quigley votes no.
Mr. Quigley votes no. Mr. Comer.
Yes.
Mr. Comer.
Yeah, Comer votes yes.
Mr. Comer votes yes. Mr. Jordan.
Would bring in this lease sale just $12 million.
Mr. Gosar.
Yes.
1%
Yes.
Mr. Gosar votes yes. Ms. Fox.
Ms. Fox votes yes.
Ms. Fox votes yes. Mr. Heiss.
Heiss, yes.
Mr. Heiss votes yes. Mr. Grossman.
Yes.
Mr. Grothman votes yes. Mr. Cloud.
Yes.
Mr. Cloud votes yes. Mr. Gibbs.
Yes.
Mr. Gibbs votes yes. Mr. Higgins.
Higgins is yes.
Mr. Higgins votes yes. Mr. Norman.
Norman is yes.
Mr. Norman votes yes. Mr. Sessions. Mr. Keller.
Keller is yes.
Mr. Keller votes yes. Mr.
Sorry,
Biggs.
Sessions, yes, I'm sorry.
Mr. Sessions votes yes. Mr. Biggs.
Yes.
Mr. Biggs votes yes. Mr. Clyde.
Yes.
Mr. Clyde votes yes. Ms. Mace.
Mace, yes.
Ms. Mace votes yes. Mr. Franklin.
Franklin, aye.
Mr. Franklin votes yes. Mr. Laturner.
Aye.
Mr. Laturner votes yes. Mr. Fallon.
Aye.
Mr. Fallon votes yes. Ms. Harrell.
Ms. Harrell votes yes.
Ms. Harrell votes yes. Mr. Donalds.
Yes.
Mr. Donalds votes yes. Ms. Maloney.
Maloney votes no.
Ms. Maloney votes no.
Is there any member who has not voted? Is there any member wishing to change his or her vote? The clerk will report the tally when ready.
On this vote, we have 19 yeas and 25 nays.
The amendment is not agreed to. The question now occurs on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Gosar, designated as Gosar number 1. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Norton.
Congresswoman Norton votes no.
Ms. Norton votes no.
Mr. Lynch votes no.
Cooper votes no.
The clerk is muted.
Yeah.
All right, well, if you're calling Connolly, Connolly votes no.
Mr. Connolly votes no.
Mr. Lynch, how am I recorded? Did you get my vote?
Ms. Norton voted no. Mr. Lynch voted no. Mr. Cooper voted no. Mr. Connolly voted no.
You're great. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Mr. Krishnamurthy?
No.
Mr. Krishnamurthy votes no. Mr. Raskin?
No.
Mr. Raskin voted no. Mr. Khanna?
No. No.
Mr. Khanna votes no. Mr. Mfume?
Mr. Fume votes no.
Mr. Mfume votes no. Ms. Ocasio-Cortez?
Ocasio-Cortez votes no.
Ms. Ocasio-Cortez votes no. Ms. Tlaib?
Tlaib votes no.
Ms. Tlaib votes no. Ms. Porter?
No.
Ms. Porter votes no. Ms. Bush?
Bush votes no.
Page 2 will be on the back. I'm just starting to read it as well.
Ms. Bush votes no. Mr. Davis?
Davis votes no.
Mr. Davis votes no. Ms. Wasserman Schultz?
Wasserman Schultz votes no.
Ms. Wasserman Schultz votes no. Mr. Welch?
No.
Mr. Welch votes no. Mr. Johnson?
No.
Mr. Johnson votes no. Mr. Sarbanes?
Sarbanes is no.
Mr. Sarbanes votes no. Ms. Spear?
No.
Ms. Kelly? Ms. Spear votes no. Ms. Kelly?
Kelly votes no.
Ms. Kelly votes no. Ms. Lawrence?
Lawrence votes no.
Ms. Lawrence votes no. Mr. DeSaulnier?
DeSaulnier votes no.
Mr. DeSaulnier votes no. Mr. Gomez?
Gomez votes no.
Mr. Gomez votes no. Ms. Presley? Ms. Presley?
Page 2 printed on the back of that too.
Mr. Quigley?
Quigley votes no.
Mr. Quigley votes no. Mr. Comer?
Homer votes yes.
Mr. Comer votes yes. Mr. Jordan? Mr. Gosar?
Yes.
Mr. Gosar votes yes. Ms. Fox?
Ms. Fox votes yes.
Ms. Fox votes yes. Mr. Heiss?
Heiss, yes.
Mr. Heiss votes yes. Mr. Grothman?
Yes.
Mr. Grothman votes yes. Mr. Cloud?
Yes.
Mr. Cloud votes yes. Mr. Gibbs?
Yes.
Mr. Gibbs votes yes. Mr. Higgins?
Yes.
Mr. Higgins votes yes. Mr. Norman?
Yes.
Mr. Norman votes yes. Mr. Sessions? Mr. Keller?
Keller's yes.
Mr. Keller votes yes. Mr. Biggs?
Yes.
Mr. Biggs votes yes. Mr. Clyde?
Yes. Clyde, yes.
Mr. Clyde votes yes. Ms. Mace?
Mace, yes.
Ms. Mace votes yes. Mr. Franklin?
Aye. Aye.
Mr. Franklin votes yes. Mr. Laturner?
Aye.
Mr. Laturner votes yes. Mr. Fallon?
Yes.
Mr. Fallon votes yes. Ms. Harrell?
Ms. Harrell votes yes.
Ms. Harrell votes yes. Mr. Donalds?
Yes.
Mr. Donalds votes yes. Ms. Maloney?
Maloney votes no.
Ms. Maloney votes no.
Excuse me, how is Representative Presley recorded?
Ms. Presley, you are not recorded.
Presley votes no.
Ms. Presley votes no.
Is there any member who has not voted? Is there any member wishing to change his or her vote? The clerk will report the tally when ready.
On this vote, we have 18 yeas and 25 nays.
The amendment is not agreed to. The question now occurs on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Gosar, designated as Gosar 2. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Norton.
Ms. Norton votes no.
Ms. Norton votes no. Mr. Lynch.
Mr. Lynch votes no.
Mr. Lynch votes no.
Cooper votes no.
Mr. Cooper votes.
No.
Mr. Cooper votes no. Mr. Connolly.
Connolly votes nay.
Mr. Connolly votes no. Mr. Krishnamurthy.
No.
Mr. Krishnamurthy votes no. Mr. Raskin.
No.
Mr. Raskin votes no. Mr. Khanna.
No.
Mr. Khanna votes no. Mr. Mfume.
Mr. Mfume votes no.
Mr. Mfume votes no. Ms. Ocasio-Cortez.
Ocasio-Cortez votes no.
Ms. Ocasio-Cortez votes no. Ms. Tlaib.
Tlaib votes no.
Ms. Tlaib votes no. Ms. Porter.
No.
Ms. Porter votes no. Ms. Bush.
Bush votes no.
Ms. Bush votes no. Mr. Davis.
Davis votes no.
Mr. Davis votes no. Ms. Wasserman Schultz.
Wasserman Schultz votes no.
Ms. Wasserman Schultz votes no. Mr. Welch.
No.
Mr. Welch votes no. Mr. Johnson.
No.
Mr. Johnson votes no. Mr. Sarbanes.
Sarbanes votes no.
Mr. Sarbanes votes no. Ms. Spear.
No. Spear votes no.
Ms. Spear votes no. Ms. Kelly.
Kelly votes no.
Ms. Kelly votes no. Ms. Lawrence.
Lawrence votes no.
Ms. Lawrence votes no. Mr. DeSaulnier.
DeSaulnier votes no.
Mr. DeSaulnier votes no. Mr. Gomez.
Gomez votes no.
Mr. Gomez votes no. Ms. Presley.
Presley votes no.
Ms. Presley votes no. Mr. Quigley.
Quigley votes no.
Mr. Quigley votes no. Mr. Comer.
Comer votes yes.
Mr. Comer votes yes. Mr. Jordan. Mr. Gosar.
Yes.
Mr. Gosar votes yes. Ms. Fox.
Fox votes yes.
Ms. Fox votes yes. Mr. Heiss.
Heiss, yes.
Mr. Heiss votes yes. Mr. Grothman.
Yep.
Mr. Grothman.
Yes.
Mr. Grothman votes yes. Mr. Cloud.
Cloud votes yes.
Mr. Cloud votes yes. Mr. Gibbs.
Gibbs, yes. Yes.
Mr. Gibbs votes yes.
Yes.
Mr. Higgins.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Mr. Higgins votes yes. Mr. Norman.
Norman votes yes.
Mr. Norman votes yes. Mr. Sessions. Mr. Keller.
Keller votes yes.
Mr. Keller votes yes. Mr. Biggs.
Yes.
Mr. Biggs votes yes. Mr. Clyde.
Clyde
Miss-
votes
Miss
yes.
Mace. Mr. Clyde votes yes. Miss Mace.
Mace, yes.
Miss Mace votes yes. Mr. Franklin.
Aye.
Mr.
Franklin, aye.
Mr. Franklin votes yes. Mr. Laturner.
Aye.
Mr. Letourneau votes yes. Mr. Fallon?
Aye.
Mr. Fallon votes yes. Ms. Harrell?
Ms. Harrell votes yes.
Ms. Harrell votes yes. Mr. Donalds?
Yes.
Mr. Donalds votes yes. Ms. Maloney?
Maloney votes no.
Ms. Maloney votes.
Is there any member who has not voted?
Madam Chairwoman, this is Mr. Conley. How am I recorded?
Restart your phone. Wow.
You are recorded as
No.
as a no.
Thank you.
Is there any other member wishing
my
to
vote.
change his or her vote? The clerk will report the tally when ready.
On this vote, we have 18 yeas and 25 nays.
The amendment is not agreed to.
Making progress, actually.
Madam Chair, you're muted.
No. Madam Chairwoman?
You're muted. The clerk is muted.
Yeah, exactly. Could,
I haven't heard a thing.
I haven't either.
The clerk will call the roll.
Thank you.
Ms. Norton?
Ms. Norton votes no.
Ms. Norton votes no.
Mr. Lynch votes no, but I'm not hearing anything.
Mr. Lynch votes no.
Cooper votes no.
Mr. Cooper votes no. Mr. Connolly?
Connolly votes nay.
Mr. Connolly votes no. Mr. Krishnamurthy?
No.
Mr. Krishnamurthy votes no. Mr. Raskin?
No.
Mr. Raskin votes no. Mr. Khanna?
No.
Mr. Khanna votes no. Mr. Mfume?
Mr. Fume votes no.
Mr. Mfume votes no. Ms. Ocasio-Cortez?
No.
Ms. Ocasio-Cortez votes no. Ms. Tlaib?
Tlaib votes no.
Ms. Tlaib votes no. Ms. Porter?
No.
Ms. Porter votes no. Ms. Bush?
No.
Ms. Bush votes no. Ms. Davis? Mr. Davis?
Davis votes no.
Mr. Davis votes no. Ms. Wasserman Schultz?
Wasserman Schultz votes no.
Ms. Wasserman Schultz votes no. Mr. Welch?
No.
Mr. Welch votes no. Mr. Johnson?
No.
Mr. Johnson votes no. Mr. Sarbanes?
Sarbanes votes no.
Mr. Sarbanes votes no. Ms. Spear?
No.
Ms. Spear votes no. Ms. Kelly?
No.
Ms. Kelly votes no. Ms. Lawrence?
Lawrence votes no.
Ms. Lawrence votes no. Mr. DeSaulnier?
DeSaulnier votes no.
Mr. DeSaulnier votes no. Mr. Gomez?
Gomez, no.
Mr. Gomez votes no. Ms. Presley?
Presley votes no. Presley votes no.
Ms. Presley votes no. Mr. Quigley?
No.
Mr. Quigley votes no. Mr. Comer?
Comer votes yes.
Mr. Comer votes yes. Mr. Gosar?
Yes. Yes.
Mr. Gosar,
Can you
your
hear me?
camera
Yes.
is on. Okay, I see you now.
Yeah.
Mr. Gosar votes yes. Ms. Fox?
Ms. Fox votes yes.
Ms. Fox votes. Mr. Heiss?
Aye, yes.
Mr. Heiss votes yes. Mr. Grossman.
Yes.
Mr. Grossman votes yes. Mr. Cloud.
Yes.
Mr. Cloud votes yes. Mr. Gibbs.
Yes.
Mr. Gibbs votes yes. Mr. Higgins.
Yes.
Mr. Higgins votes yes. Mr. Norman.
Yes.
Mr. Norman votes yes. Mr. Sessions. Mr. Keller.
Keller votes yes.
Mr. Keller votes yes. Mr. Biggs.
Yes.
Mr. Biggs votes yes. Mr. Clyde.
Yes.
Mr. Clyde votes yes.
Yes.
Miss Mace.
Mace votes yes.
Miss Mace votes yes. Mr. Franklin.
Aye.
Mr. Franklin votes yes. Mr. Laturner.
Aye. Aye.
Mr. Laturner votes yes. Mr. Fallon.
Yes.
Mr. Fallon votes yes. Ms. Harrell.
Ms. Harrell votes yes.
Ms. Harrell votes yes. Mr. Donalds.
Yes.
Mr. Donalds votes yes. Ms. Maloney.
Maloney votes no.
Ms. Maloney votes no.
Is there any member who has not voted yet? Is there any member wishing to change his or her vote? The clerk will report the tally when ready.
On this vote, we have 18 yeas and 25 nays.
The amendment is not agreed to. The question now occurs on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Biggs, designated as Biggs number 2. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Norton.
Norton votes no.
Ms. Norton votes no. Mr. Lynch.
Mr. Lynch votes no.
Mr. Lynch votes no. Mr.
Cooper votes
Cooper.
no.
Mr.
Cooper
Cooper votes no. Mr. Connolly.
Connolly votes nay.
Mr. Connolly votes no. Mr. Krishnamurthy.
No.
Mr. Krishnamurthy votes no. Mr. Raskin.
No.
Mr. Raskin votes no. Mr. Khanna.
No.
Mr. Khanna votes no. Mr. Mfume.
Mr. Mfume votes no.
Mr. Mfume votes no. Ms. Ocasio-Cortez.
Ocasio-Cortez votes no.
Ms. Ocasio-Cortez votes no. Ms. Tlaib.
Talib votes no.
Ms. Tlaib votes no. Ms. Porter.
No.
Ms. Porter votes no. Ms. Bush.
Bush votes no.
Ms. Bush votes no. Mr. Davis.
Davis votes no.
Mr. Davis votes no. Ms. Wasserman Schultz.
Wasserman Schultz votes no.
Ms. Wasserman Schultz votes no. Mr. Welch.
No.
Mr. Welch votes no. Mr. Johnson.
No.
Mr. Johnson votes no. Mr. Sarbanes.
Sarbanes votes no.
Mr. Sarbanes votes no. Ms. Spear.
No.
Ms. Spear votes no. Ms. Kelly.
Kelly votes no.
Ms. Kelly votes no. Ms. Lawrence.
Lawrence votes no.
Ms. Lawrence votes no. Mr. Desaunier.
Desaunier votes no.
Mr. Desaunier votes no. Mr. Gomez.
Gomez votes no.
Mr. Gomez votes no. Ms. Presley.
Presley votes no.
Ms. Presley votes no. Mr. Quigley.
No.
Mr. Quigley votes no. Mr. Comer.
Comer votes yes.
Mr. Comer votes yes. Mr. Gosar.
Yes. Yes,
Your camera isn't on, Mr. Gosar.
it is. I see myself in here. Yes. Did you get my vote? Gosar votes yes.
It may be bad connection. We can't see you. Now I see you.
Okay.
Mr. Gosar votes yes. Ms. Fox,
Ms. Fox votes yes.
Ms. Fox votes yes. Mr. Heiss,
Heiss votes yes.
Mr. Heiss votes yes. Mr. Grothman,
Yes.
Mr. Grothman votes yes. Mr. Cloud,
Yes.
Mr. Gibbs,
Gibbs, yes.
Mr. Gibbs votes yes. Mr. Higgins,
Higgins is yes.
Mr. Higgins votes yes. Mr. Norman,
Yes.
Mr. Norman votes yes.
Hello?
Mis-
Cloud votes yes.
Mr. Cloud, we can't see your camera. Mr. Sessions, Mr. Keller,
Keller votes yes.
Mr. Keller votes yes. Mr. Biggs,
Yes.
Mr. Biggs votes yes. Mr. Clyde,
Yes.
Mr. Clyde votes yes. Miss Mace,
Mace, yes.
Miss Mace votes yes. Mr. Franklin,
Aye.
Mr. Franklin votes yes. Mr. Laturner,
Aye.
Mr. Laturner votes yes. Mr. Fallon,
Yes.
Mr. Fallon votes yes. Miss Harrell,
Ms. Harrell votes yes.
Miss Harrell votes yes. Mr. Donalds,
Yes.
Mr. Donalds votes yes. Miss Maloney,
Maloney votes no.
Miss Maloney votes no.
Is there any member who has not voted?
Mr. Cloud.
Mr. Cloud? Is there any member wishing to change his or her vote? The clerk will report the tally when ready.
On this vote, we have 17 yeas and 25 nays.
The amendment is not agreed to. The question now occurs on the amendment in the nature of a substituted as amended. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no.
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 In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment in the nature of a substitute is agreed to. Okay, I now move that the committee approve and transmit the recommendations of this committee and all appropriate accompanying material, including additional supplemental or dissenting views, to the House Committee on the Budget. All those in favor say aye.
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 All those opposed say no.
No.
In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The motion,
Madam
is
Chair, we'll
committed.
do ask for a roll call vote.
a recorded vote has been requested. A recorded vote is ordered. The clerk will call the roll.
Miss Norton,
Congresswoman Norton votes aye.
Miss Norton votes. Mr. Lynch,
All she's asking is to put the amendment.
Mr. Lynch votes aye.
Mr. Lynch votes aye. Mr. Cooper,
Cooper votes aye.
In a hearing on the bill.
Mr. Cooper votes aye.
Territories Act, which again is all.
Mr. Connolly,
Connolly votes aye.
Mr. Connolly votes aye. Mr. Krishnamurthy,
Aye.
Mr. Krishnamurthy votes aye. Mr. Raskin,
Aye.
Mr. Raskin votes aye. Mr. Khanna,
Aye.
Mr. Khanna votes aye. Mr. Mfume,
Mr. Mfume votes aye.
Mr. Mfume votes aye. Ms. Ocasio-Cortez,
Aye.
Ms. Ocasio-Cortez votes aye. Ms. Tlaib,
Tlaib votes yes.
Ms. Tlaib votes aye. Ms. Porter,
Aye.
Ms. Porter votes aye. Ms. Bush,
Bush votes aye.
Ms. Bush votes aye. Mr. Davis,
Davis votes aye.
Mr. Davis votes aye. Ms. Wasserman Schultz.
Wasserman Schultz votes aye.
Ms. Wasserman Schultz votes aye. Mr. Welch.
Aye.
Mr. Welch votes aye. Mr. Johnson. Mr. Sarbanes.
Sarbanes votes aye.
Mr. Sarbanes votes aye.
Johnson votes aye.
Mr. Johnson votes aye. Ms. Spear.
Aye.
Ms. Spear votes aye. Ms. Kelly.
Kelly votes aye.
Ms. Kelly votes aye. Ms. Lawrence.
Lawrence votes yes.
Ms. Lawrence votes aye. Mr. Desanye.
DeSaulnier votes aye.
Mr. Desanye votes aye. Mr. Gomez.
Gomez votes aye.
Mr. Gomez votes aye. Ms. Presley.
Presley votes aye.
Ms. Presley votes aye. Mr. Quigley.
Aye.
Mr. Quigley votes aye. Mr. Comer.
No.
Mr. Comer votes no.
No. No.
Ms. Fox votes no, but we can't hear the clerk.
Yeah.
Ms. Fox.
No.
Did Gosar do
Ms.
no?
Fox votes
Heiss
Mr.
votes yes.
Heiss. Mr.
Yes.
Heiss votes yes. Mr. Grothman. Mr. Heiss votes yes. Mr. Grothman.
No.
Mr. Grothman votes no. Mr. Cloud.
No.
Mr. Cloud, there you are. Mr. Cloud votes no. Mr. Gibbs.
Gibbs, no.
Mr. Gibbs votes no. Mr. Higgins.
Higgins is no.
Mr. Higgins votes no. Mr. Norman.
Norman is no.
Mr. Norman, your camera isn't showing up.
Okay, I can see myself. It's must be a disconnection. I'm a no.
I'll come back to you. Mr. Sessions. Mr. Keller.
No.
Mr. Keller votes no. Mr. Biggs.
No.
Mr. Biggs votes no. Mr. Clyde.
No.
Mr. Clyde votes no. Ms. Mace.
Mace votes no.
Ms. Mace votes no. Mr. Franklin.
No.
Mr. Franklin votes no. Mr. Latourner.
No.
Mr. Latourner votes no. Mr. Fallon.
No.
Mr. Fallon votes no. Ms. Harrell.
Ms. Harrell votes no.
Ms. Harrell votes no. Mr. Donalds.
No.
Mr. Donalds votes no.
How is Gosar recorded?
Mr. Gosar, you have recorded as no.
Thank you.
How is Heiss recorded?
Mr. Height, you are recorded as yes.
Heiss wants to be no.
Mr.
How is
Height
Norman recorded?
recorded as no. Mr. Norman, you are not recorded. We still can't see your camera.
Okay, I can see myself. I don't know, it must be a disconnection. I'm a no.
It's still coming up as a black screen, Mr. Norman. I'm sorry.
Okay. Well, I can see myself.
Ms. Chairman, I ask that technicality be addressed. Our colleague deserves to have his vote recorded, ma'am, respectfully.
Just say the House rules. Well, the House rules, I can't overrule the House rules. Can we fix this technicality? If he
Madam
can see
Chair,
himself, why can't we see him?
Madam Chair, I think you'd have to entertain a unanimous consent request. That's the only way.
Okay, let's entertain a unanimous consent to allow his vote to be counted as due to technicalities. He has been voting today, participating. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, so your vote will be counted.
Good job, sir. Good
Thank you,
job.
Madam Chair.
Okay,
Madam Chair, this
Thank
is,
you, Madam
Mr.
Chair.
Norman votes no.
Madam Chair, this is Mr. Heiss. I could not hear that my vote of no was confirmed.
Yes, Mr. Heiss, your vote was no.
Thank you.
any other member wishing to change his or her vote, but I'm not recorded. Maloney votes aye.
Ms. Maloney votes aye.
Madam Chair, this is Hank Johnson. How am I recorded?
Mr. Johnson, you are recorded as aye.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, this is Wasserman Schultz. May I ask a question?
Sure. You're recognized, Wasserman Schultz.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Regarding the individual, I could not hear which member was, where there was an exception made because we cannot see him on camera to allow his vote.
It's Mr. Norman.
That's not my, that wasn't my question. We've been, as far as I recall, pretty strict about making sure that all members can be seen. So I would hope that going forward, that we make sure that all members can be seen, and that if there's a necessary exception that needs to be made on our side, that the fact that no one objected in this case is the fault by our friends on the other side of the aisle.
So noted, and
normally we
we will
shouldn't
work on
recognize anyone.
technicalities to make sure this does not happen again.
Thank you.
Okay, the clerk will report the tally.
On this vote, we have 25 yeas and 18 nays.
The motion to transmit is agreed to without objection. A motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Staff is authorized to make technical and confirming changes to the matters considered by the committee in this markup. Before we adjourn, I will recognize briefly Mr. Raskin for the purpose of
Thank you, Madam
submitting
Chair.
materials for the record.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I just would like to introduce two newspaper articles into the record. One is FBI chief warns domestic terrorism growing in the United States, where he specifically labels the January 6th attack as domestic terrorism to answer the question raised by Representative Heiss. And then far-right groups praise of the Taliban takeover concerns U.S. officials. That's today from CNN, stating that far-right groups are praising the Taliban for its anti-Semitism, homophobia, and restrictions on women's freedom. So I hope this answers the questions that were raised by my colleagues. I certainly hope I don't owe anybody an apology. I certainly never said, I never even mentioned the words pro-life, and I certainly never said that pro-life movement supports the Taliban or the violent insurrection. I've got friends who call themselves pro-life, and I would never accuse them of supporting that filthy, violent insurrection against the Congress and the Vice President. So,
okay, there being no further business, I want to
imputing
thank all of you.
pro-life support, the pro-life movement.
Okay, there being no further business, I want to thank all of you for participating today. The committee stands adjourned.